Watchman Yahuah. This is Narrow Path, Qadashayam of Yasharal, Goshen to Hillsboro, Part 4. I still don't think that we're going to get Part 2 because I don't know how to recover the file. I transferred it to the laptop. It's there. It's a large file, 75 gigs, but it's not opening, and I don't know. I still kept it just in case there's any way to recover it, but I don't know. Boy, I slept like a rock, knocked out. Yesterday was difficult for me. There was a lot of traumatic things that happened. There was also a lot of magnificent things that happened, like the bison and the dawning. I put the short up. I called it buffalo dawning, but I believe my Shah is correct. That's actually not the original buffalo. First Nations people. Sad what they do. Evil what they do. We talk about it. But today is a new Yom. Look at this bright, shining sun. My alarm went off at 5 a.m. and I canceled it out. Next thing I know, it was 7:30. Wow. Back here sleeping in the back of the truck. It was really well. Even though it was hot when I went to sleep, like 84, I didn't have to run the truck at all. Put my little fan right here so it just blows right on me. And it has like a little mister thing, so I just make sure that the reservoir is filled with water, put both things on high, turn the light on to the red. My Shah, hi baby, I love you so much, has taught me that the red light is actually the best for sleeping, for salah. So I was trying to use, or kind of preferring to use, blue and green and purple and stuff like that. But anyway, I'm just babbling. It's really early. I'm just working on my coffee here. I got 8 hours and 40 minutes until I reach the last pilot on my route. This drop off in Hillsboro is basically outside of Portland. I'm not very familiar with that area. I'm not looking forward to the traffic. So I think that what I might do is only go about 9 hours today, and then tackle the rest as early as I possibly can. 3 a.m. even, local time. So we'll see. Heck, we might as well just get going. I've already done the checks, the logs, kind of reorganized some things. I feel like all is well and in order. Yep, horn still works. Everything works. Okay, so we got to get swung around. Gonna work on that too. So yesterday there was a problem with the camera. I don't know what the heck happened, so I ended up stopping the recording and then starting a new one. So when I went to try and combine them, the phone was like, you need to create more space. Well, there is no more space because the phone is as blank as it can be. I just use it for this. I really just use it for, I mount it right there, record all the passes by out the window, and then myself going on whatever rants I feel led to go on. So I'm gonna just do it as Goshen to Hillsboro Part 3 and Goshen to Hillsboro Part 3.5. Whatever. But I will say that both of them have things, obviously, you know, my perspective is going to be that there's things in every video that are worth checking out. But in the latter part of the day yesterday, which would be the 3.5 one, we drove by a pretty major fire. The whole hillside was on fire. The local fire had all their apparatus out. There was mutual aid responding lights and sirens down the freeway for a while after we left. A camper caught completely burned out. Shelled all out in the center. You could just basically see the remnants of the frame and the back part. The truck maybe was the initial source. I don't know, because that thing was not put out. It was not put out until after. The only thing that was really left, seriously, was like, I want to go back and look at it myself and pause it and kind of like look at it, because I'm driving by, right, looking and being like, whoa. And it was maybe like the frame and the body, that's it, all just one color, just the raw metal, no paint, nothing. Pretty crazy. I wonder how it happened. I wonder how it started. I halal that all the folks were okay, that that they were able to get out or whatever, because even that like hits kind of close to home. I'm hauling these trailers all over the place, and the truck or the trailer catches on fire. That's a pretty scary thought. But then, a little while after that, some lunatic goes to pass me, and there's a RV fifth wheel in front of me. That's the reason why he was upset, because that guy was going slow. But I was like, hey, whatever, we're not even on this road that long. If that's what he wants to do, some of the turns I can understand. So he goes to pass. I'm like, okay, well, I guess he's going to just try to jump over both of us, because I was right my fifth wheel. There's no room for you to get in between us. Well, the heck, he didn't. He come right up. He's going slow. I'm like looking at him like, dude, what are you doing? Are you going to pass or what? There's a turn coming up here. He just starts drifting right into the front of my truck, like literally. So I'm like, what the heck? So I'm like hitting the brakes and backing off. I might have said some things I shouldn't have said, and I do apologize. Abba, forgive me. Earlier that day, there was a guy riding on his recumbent bicycle on I-90 with half of his bike in the right lane, and we're going over a overpass. So there's like no shoulder. Dude, don't ride your freaking bike on the interstate. Are you serious? So here he is trying to climb up the hill, laying back. Recumbent is like you're basically laying down. Maybe it's not even called recumbent, because he's like really like literally like laying down, I barely even saw him. And like, there's no way I could have slowed down to whatever speed he's doing up that little hill right there, 5 or 7 miles an hour. I have no idea. So I'm like putting on my brakes, starting to drift over so that I cannot hit the guy. He's out in my lane. And meanwhile, there was a big truck that was like, oh, I'm gonna pass this guy, like at the same time, He didn't see the dude on the bike. So he's like, to me. Yeah. Just a couple, near-death type experiences, that's all. And Abba knows there are more times that he protects me. Some of these folks out here are freaking dangerous, like deadly weapons, like hollow skull, zombie, NPC, It's incredibly scary, really. right, so I have in the GPS here, like I said, that Flying J, which is where I plan to take a shower. But I don't think that I'm going to necessarily be going that complete distance. The fuel tank has been giving me freaking anxiety and stuff for a while. If you've been watching any of this stuff, you've heard me talk about it at length. Well, I decided to just, like, I parked at the Bass Pro Shop, which thank you, you know, for accommodating travelers like that. I really appreciate it. I'm sick to my stomach that some of these Walmarts and stuff are like, no. Wow. I checked the ground. They actually had a pretty pristine blacktop parking lot there, so you could see no spots, no stains, no nothing, nada. So I said, okay, I'm just gonna turn this thing on and I'm gonna let it run for 20 minutes, because if I'm losing gallons of diesel, there's gonna start to be at least drippings. Jeez, gallons, you know? There's something going on and I don't understand, and I'm starting to really think that this truck might actually have an oversized tank, and I'm gonna try to figure that out. I'm gonna try to run this thing down, and then I'm gonna fill it and try to calculate, you know, like, I don't know, probably half. If I can hit the fuel station with the truck at half, and then just top it off and see, okay, how much was that? Because if that's like 26, 27, or anything higher, like whatever, like that, then that explains this perfectly well. I already figured out the stupid frothing thing. When you pump these, it's gonna tell you it's full, and it's gonna shut the little spout off, okay? But it's not actually filled. I'm sorry, I just said F-U-L-L. It's gonna tell you that it's filled, and it's not actually filled, okay? You gotta wait, give it a couple minutes, and then go again, and go a little slow, because it's just foaming up, bubbling up, whatever. So what I usually do is I put it on the big tank. When the handle pops, I move down to the regular tank, the stock tank on the truck, hit that guy. When that pops up, I go back up top and top that off, and then come back and top the other one off. So when I leave, they're like being filled, right? I can go and drive, I don't know, hundreds of miles, and that auxiliary tank will still be pegged. Open it up, look inside, all the way up, right? So the tank's not leaking. When I run the pump, there's no leaking. So something's up with the math, because if you say that the stock tank is 36 gallons, then half of that's 13. Well, 13 isn't going to knock the big tank down to 3/4. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm not trying to go on and on about it. It's just, it's a thing. Like, and it's, you know, it's causing me a lot of stress, because it starts to seem like there's like 30 gallons mysteriously unaccounted for. 30 gallons, okay, math that out, right? When you're, like, the best fuel price you're gonna get is $3 a gallon, like $2.96 or something like that. And a regular person probably not even gonna get that. That's not a pump price, that's a Comdata corporate card, company card price. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's $90, you know? So, it only needs to be, you know, 34 for it to be over $100. So, So I'm looking to position myself today, drop the load early tomorrow, probably get home. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be able to make it home the same day. Just in time for the Shabbat. And then I've been in Palal to see, am I going to stay at home until the new moon day? Which is basically like a whole other 9 days. Trust me, I really want to. I just want to spend a whole day cuddling with my baby. Just her and me, you know? And I miss my boy, and I'm really excited to see our little puppies and all the rest, but I may have no choice, right? But to try to look for some kind of loads in my area, if there are some, because I can't go all the way back to Indy and be home for the new moon. Like, it's not gonna work. So I don't know, family. I'm seeking Abba's guidance on that one. To be completely honest with you, with all the stuff that I've been observing in the Ruach, I wouldn't be surprised if I don't ever go back, because this crap's gonna go down, and it's gonna go down fast. And it could literally be that the reason why I have all this stuff done on the truck and the tank and just all the rest of the things is because he wants me to get my trailer hitched up and get my butt over to my Ak. I don't know. I honestly don't. I could see how that's the will of the Father, but I can't just jump on something that huge. I need confirmations, and that could be why he has me out here doing this, because all I'm getting every single day is confirmation upon confirmation upon confirmation. This crap here ain't ever gonna be, it ain't ever gonna recover. It ain't ever gonna be okay. It's gonna get so much worse. And most of the folks, they're already sealed. I've been saying this. I know people don't like it. I don't care. I'm not out here to please you. You know what I'm saying? There is a point, there is a time when a harvest comes and the people that are there are sealed already. They don't become sealed during the harvest. They are sealed. It's time. Okay? What's the scriptures say that the wait is for? The sealing of the remnant. That's it. You gonna spare this place for 1,000? Yeah. Would you spare it for 500? Yeah. Would you spare it for 100? If there were 100, I would. Okay? We're down to the wire. Why you think none of these people want to listen to anything we're saying? Because they ain't called, they ain't chosen, they can't even hear the truth. What are you gonna do about that? You gonna somehow make the blind see? You gonna somehow make a deaf person able to hear? No. Are you gonna make the dead alive? No. Yahuwah does that. The Ruach of Yahuwah does that. Right? Now, he may do it through, a regenerate elder. Could have been done. What is that place? Anyway, I know I sound so judgmental, right? But trust me, there are people who amass and cling to things that are freely given and are actually meant for all people to have. For real. Land, water, food, livestock, all these things. This is scripture that these things are made for all, even the reprobate, receiving favor from the Father, that they have breath, that they have warmth on their skin from the sun, etc. So, a bunch of people are like, hey, I don't just whatever, get a 1,000 square foot castle, mansion. Like, I personally wouldn't want that. I'd feel horrible. Their systematic famine by design, orchestrated, weaponized hunger. Yep. The fuel costs, fuel costs, but that card, I left on it to cover the fuel, this drop, and my Bob, well, my husband, because there's only $300 left on the card. It's crazy out of control, even with the savings. But it's like $250 or something at the pump price, and I only ended up $60. It's way different when I'm out the other way. I may not want to come out here, but I don't have a choice to come out here because I live out here. Now, if I were to relocate, then that would change the situation. But for how long, bro? For how long? I'm telling you, one major attack on U.S. soil that Iran takes credit for, whether they actually do it or not, doesn't matter. They're in this thing together. I've shown this before. Okay? The Iranian parliamentary building is a pyramid with 33 windows on it. You need to wake the freak up. Or don't at this point, right? Anyway, once that drops, which it will drop, you ain't even gonna, I ain't even gonna be surprised if I see diesel being sold for $10, right? They might come right out and be like, there's no diesel. They might, but they might first go from $3.50 to $5, from $5 to $7, from $7 to $9. Like, yeah. Because the thing is, they have wealth that goes beyond dollars. Okay? So to them, it ain't gonna matter. If they need to keep their types of things up and running, they will. But everybody else that's out here trying to run their own company or be an independent contractor or power their farm equipment, whatever, y'all are done. Because all the fuel consumption now is going to the the mega corps, okay, and the military, right? Yeah. You wouldn't be surprised, right, if something like Amazon or whatever continues to go for a while, but now you're paying just triple the shipping cost, because that way eventually you can't get things like a slow suffocation, strangling, instead of just a decapitation. You wouldn't be surprised, right? The destruction will come suddenly, the ultimate destruction, but that doesn't mean that the very first attack on U.S. soil is going to be the sudden destruction of the entire. But that will come, because that's book, that's scripture. Can't no one undo Yahuwah's word. They ain't go in here and try to mess around and tweak and change pronunciations and change definitions and do little things. But what he has said, and it shall come to pass. You better learn to love it, or you're going to be in loggerheads with the creator and sustainer of all things. I had no idea I was going to go off on that, but so be it. So be it. I mean, where even am I, right? This is Idaho. And I just spent the night in Idaho Falls. And we're going on I-15 south. And got this place called Pocatello coming up. It's a ways away. It's going to be a ways away. But I believe that when we get to Pocatello is when we're going to make a transition to 86 east. Wow, look at this. It's got this black rock with this little desert looking shrubbery. Ain't that something? Look at that. Totally different look. Totally different landscape. Hallelujah. Rumamuya. Man, the place that Abba took me to eat lunch yesterday, off the chain, unreal. Walk right up to the edge where it just starts going straight down, and just overlooking this river that splits with this little island. I can't even describe it. The mountains, everything about it. Scenic overlook. Whew. Incredible. I did put a short with that too, but I recommend watching the whole, the whole video. But there's a short there. I think I put it Big Western Sky. Big Western Sky. I should do a better job of pinning places to be like, oh yeah, come back here if you're in the area, because that would definitely be one. And the bison place was one, because it wasn't just the one bison. See, the short gives you just the one bison, because I had no idea that when I got everything back plugged in, whatever, ready to go and start pulling out, that I saw the rest of his family, like 8 more bison. Yeah, just literally like no fence was separating them from the people of the rest area, right? It's their land too. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not zoo animals. another example where First Nation has it right, the way that they would, not the way they would worship creatures, but the way that they would give them respect, the way that they would think. I'm not saying that they had Yahuah, they probably had one of the replacements, because they were, again, remember, fallen. They were lost tribes. Okay? Anyway, they would give thanks for all things. This is a pillar of Scripture. Eat and drink and give thanks for all things. Right? Respect and honor one another. Steward well over the creation, over the creatures and all the things, because man is supposed to have dominion. Look how he handles that. Look how the fallen man handles his dominion. Tyranny, oppression, raping the earth, raping anything they can, really. Think about it, right? Just taking advantage. Everything is very worship of self. It's kind of surprising that it took so long for the word selfie to be recognized in the dictionary or whatever. That's kind of actually surprising. Did I say selfish or selfie? What's the difference? I haven't got a camper yet where they ask you to wash and they reimburse you. I'm only mentioning that because there's a very large truck wash building right here, somehow connected to one of these stops. All right, so we got construction going on, guys. Today's Monday, right? So we should definitely expect to see workers. I mean, I don't know why there wouldn't be workers on weekends. Lots of people work on the weekend. That's just like second shift or third shift, or I know third shift is like graveyard, but I'm just saying you have different shifts, you know. Highways don't shut down, they're essential, and so the maintenance on them should also not shut down. It should be essential. I mean, come on. Trek. See there, that happened yesterday and I didn't know what it was. Well, it happened just now and I was able to read it. It said check trailer connection, and then it said trailer connected. Well, I did check it, and it's, so I wonder if there could be an issue behind. And also I wonder if it's possible to get them to turn it over. Might sound stupid, but my tester is only like this long, and when you plug it in, all the indicators face straight down into the bumper and you can't read nothing. If it was 180 degrees, you'd plug it in and it'd be facing up and you could read it. It's not a huge deal, but it's a deal. Because what I do now is I take I think it's a 7-foot extension that we bought. I plug in the 7-foot extender and then I plug the tester into that and look at it, which is something I needed to do last night, but I was just not okay. My vision got blurry. I felt like I was going to throw up. I was having like panic attack. I needed rest. And when I slept, I wonder if I slept I think I slept 9 hours. I really didn't wake up. I just turned over a couple times and went right back to sleep. Thank you so much. It's also just a huge relief to have the mattress like it is right now. I have not had to add any air to it in like 3 days. And the way it was before, I was having to add air to it, technically every like 4 or 5 hours. Sometimes I just deal with it, as crappy as it was. So they got some workers out here. They're working. So that's the westbound side. We're over here sharing the eastbound with these folks. This kind of makes the most sense to me to do it like this. It makes the most sense to have them separated like this as well. If you get a view of water over there, I wasn't even really paying attention much. I can see it over there. Excuse me. So now they're putting us back on our side road. They have their roads are horrible. And it's too. I mean, everybody's gonna have something. I mean, of course, all that was neglected under the Biden administration, and now everything. Money to fix roads. Well, then why are you freaking charging people tolls for federally funded interstates? I never even knew that was. I understood there's toll roads, and I've always heard it positioned as like these are the optional roads that you don't have to take these, but if you did, and for your commute, it might save you a lot of time. So you're gonna pay a toll that's to go. Everybody for roads that everybody doesn't use, some such things. Oh, it's gonna go away too, you know, once it's once we reach this goal right here, then that's gonna go away. Bull crap, liar. They just come and vote and extend it and whatever, because you know now they want to add another loop to it or whatever. Just another method to fleece the people. Just another tax, just another freaking fee. I mean, all you got to do is look at the airline industry. Were you around flying in 1980? Go look at what it was, the costs, right? I wouldn't even be surprised if you did research and found out that there was a little bit more leg room. Oh, and you could bring your bags on. Yeah, no, they weren't putting them on a scale. People would have a bag that goes underneath their front of their seat. They'd have one that goes up in the thing up there, and they'd check bags at the counter. For real. A husband and wife might have 4 different kind of bags. 2 suitcases that they check when they get their ticket. You know, one that the guy puts up in the overhead, and another one that she puts down underneath the feet there. That'd be like normal, average family, every day, all day long. Now you go and fly, they're like, oh, you need to check a bag, that's gonna be $150. And I need to weigh it. Does it weigh over 60 pounds? If it weighs over 60 pounds, you're gonna have to pay an additional fee. Oh, no, you can't have that, sir, you can't have that bag. You're gonna have to check that bag. Just crap, on and 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 on. Look at anywhere, anything. And people are like, oh, it's just another fee. It's okay. Yep, I really appreciate what they do for us. What about that? It's wild, dude. Freaking wild. You gotta pay like, what is it, $4.50 for freaking milk? I definitely don't have the greatest memory in the world, but I'm pretty sure they used to be like 89 cents. For real, or $1.19. I don't smoke anymore. Baruk Atah Yahuah, haven't for a long time, but I remember getting cigarettes for around $1, 99 cents, $1.25. Dude, I don't even know what they pay now. 10 bucks? Is it 10 bucks? I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Everything costs more and it's cheap. It breaks. It's unreliable. It doesn't last. It has planned obsolescence. It has secular consumption. Ways for corporations to increase their profit margins for the sake of their shareholders. There are people who get rich off of their investments that serve the beast system to strangle the poor man, the working man, the everyday man. You like getting rich off of the struggles of other people? Yahuwah rebuke you. Because the love of money more than your fellow man is the root of all kinds of evils. Yeah. That ain't Qadash. It's actually against the law, the will of Yahuwah. You can use money for well, but when you love it more than the things that you're supposed to love, you're in error in the eyes of the great I am. And you will have to answer for it. They had this little thing I was listening to while I was doing all like preparations around here with my camp and stuff. This guy, I think it's in Afghanistan, he makes 10 times profit off of heroin crop. Ooh, did you see that eagle just sitting on that post out? Or I mean hawk. It was a hawk, sorry. He makes 10 times growing stuff for heroin, poppy or whatever, than he would if he was growing coffee. So he does it because he has to survive, right? Because everything's so expensive and all. See what I'm saying? So you gotta realize that what you're doing is enslaving really like all your people, like your whole nation, right? And the beast, or the enemy, is like, I'll give you 10 times as much money. You can just take that same type of little example and spread it out all over the whole thing. How many people, look at this guy, how many people have big fancy house, car, vacations, travel, investments, retirement, education plans for their children, all that, because they do something for the beast system that does do harm to their fellow man. And maybe they're decompartmentalized to the point that they don't really realize it or think about it or whatever. They think of their little office relationships and, whatever. I don't know. Some of them know and some of them don't. But the world is rewarding them in a way, right? Because the system rewards its own. If you try to live in an existence where you're placed apart from the beast system, you're going to be attacked. Dude, they don't even want to let folks gather their own rainwater in some places. Are you kidding me? what the heck is that? Yeah. And they talk about how there's an inevitable goal to charge people for their carbon, right? You can't see how this is just moving things along into like taxing fresh air. And a lot of people are like, no, I think that's a great idea. We need to do that because of global warming, okay? Yeah, right. And you came from billions of years of evolution and used to walk with dinosaurs on a ball Earth whirling endlessly through space. Right. Look at all that crop out there. See all that black rock and those little desert shrubby things is gone. I think we're gonna get to see some really gorgeous mountains today. I don't know exactly how we're going over that range. I guess there's some kind of pass associated with 86 West. I know I usually would go over Stevens Pass or Snoqualmie Pass, but I don't know the names of like all the other passes and stuff. It says it's 61 on the truck. My phone says it's 64 here. But I'll tell you what happens is the sun starts to come through either this window or this one, and it gets hot. My arm will just be like hot to the touch. Sorry, that's because of the construction. I guess we're just gonna call it continued construction. I'm gonna get around this old boy hauling hay. I like to follow trucks a lot, but not ones that just keep on dropping stuff down on you. I understand he can't help it, but it's weird when it's flying at your windshield. Hey! Woo! Woo! Not my favorite place to be between a concrete barrier and a big old boy like that. I'm going to try to scoot up just a wee little bit. And I think we're going to see some actual workers present here. I see a lot of those flashy lights of I don't know if those are like supervisor vehicles or foremen or engineers or what. There's a bunch of guys there. Guys and gals, just saying, workers. So that Pocatello's only 8. This would go to Salt Lake. Okay, yeah, we ain't doing that this time, but I can see what they're going now. I actually kind of am recalling from my youth, because I used to live in West Bountiful and Ogden when I was a little tyke. And yeah, I-15 running through there, yeah. That makes sense. Yep. Dang, we ain't far from that at all. Okay, so 86, is it 86 to 84? It looks like it is 86 to 84. I do not know. I wonder if I can touch this. If it, but basically 5.7 miles we're going to get on 86. So we going to do that. There really is no justifiable reason in the political arena, understanding of people that are stuck in that left-right paradigm. There is no reason why we shouldn't have the best quality diesel at the best quality diesel price. I'll include gasoline and oil across the board. There ain't no reason why. Right? You're a Trump. You're on the Trump train, right? You're MAGA. So tell me, why do we not have the best quality price fuel to drive our economic engine? You got what? Ooh, trade. Ooh, tariff. Ooh, right? Come on, bro. You should have the purest water, the cheapest electricity, the most efficient fuel. That's going to drive an economy, is it not? Right? Does your driver's license work in every state? Yeah. Does your insurance work in every state? Your car insurance, your health insurance? Oh, they might say no. Oh, you're out of network. What the freak is that, dude? For real? That crap don't go on in Europe. It shouldn't go on at all. Healthcare should be completely competitive, right? Isn't that your understanding? Free market economy, competition helps to regulate prices, right? Why ain't it in place right now? You got a concealed carry permit for your firearm? Heck yeah, I do. Okay, does it work in every state? Why not? How hard is that to fix? How many times you see him sign that name? You can't do that? Are they putting fluoride in the water? Have you done the research? Do you have understanding of where that comes from? Have you seen how that chemical is stored? Why are they doing that? Shouldn't that end right away? Don't you know other places don't allow such things? Genetically modified food. What, you think the Father above didn't create the apple perfectly well? Why you need frankenfood for? Who's profiting off of it? See, that's something that you could just sign that right now. You could outlaw that right now. Done. Day one. Fluoride. Genetically modified foods and chemtrails. Day one. Why do I feel like I just missed my turn? Now I'm really confused. I mean concerned. Oh, I did. Hold up. Did I? Yep. Showing up did. Dang it, family. That's my fault. I deserve it. Hold on. But those are true questions that everyone should ask. Come at me. I'll talk to you. I'll dialogue with you about any of that stuff. I'm just applying a common sense approach to these things. You might not believe in chemtrails, but you could do a lot of research and you could learn a lot. And you could be like, oh my gosh, they freaking lied. Yeah, because they do lie. And if they were really for you, some of these things would already have been established and in place a long times ago. Long times ago. There's so much land out here. You could take steer and give them free range roam on this large pieces of land, and they would just multiply and breed and grow. Bro, that, you know how much food that could be for the people? all that they would ever need. And even the way that they process the milk is not the healthiest way that they could do that. They got everybody afraid of raw milk. But I would love to see how a little developing infant or whatever does on, you know, raw, whole, or organic, which shouldn't even be a label at all. What you mean organic? What else is it going to be? Unorganic? What's it going to be? Dead? What does that even mean? Dang it, I missed my chance to go because of that Sprinter van. There's a siren somewhere, I don't know where. I feel very trapped right here and unable to make my turn. There's just another one coming every second. As soon as it's clear there, someone else turns and comes. I don't know, like they slow down like they're supposed to stop, and it tricks me. You might just see the healthiest little bambino you ever saw. If they could get on that pure animal fat like that, bro. Alright, I gotta pay really close attention to what's going on my navigator thing here. It's telling me somehow west. I made the mistake. I wasn't paying attention. Here we go. Thank you, Abba. I mean, I guess I could have kept babbling on longer and longer and longer and really got jacked up. It would have told me to go to Salt Lake and turn around and go over to Oregon from there. Whoo-wee. That wasn't too painful of a correction, but we definitely don't want to do that more. All right, let's see. Okay, so it's saying actually that I stay on this road for 6 months. Why are you guys going slow? Usually you guys are all over the place. Heck, I'm not even speeding. What's going on here? Yo, what are you doing? I'm not used to seeing the regular local cars in the area freaking not going over the speed limit. It's 65 and they're going like 55. It's not really that little. That's a pretty large 15 and 86. Seems to happen right over the part of the cities. And when you look at the issue with the call, what a con is the deception. Who is doing it? What are these high altitude unmarked planes that people have videoed that being turned on and turned off? Okay, that's not water vapor, Einstein. Water vapor doesn't just turn on and turn off at high altitude and high speed. If the process of air at that temperatures and all that were going to produce that, it would produce that. You wouldn't be able to turn it off and on. Okay? And there's a difference in the behavior. Look at the fallout. Look at the lasting effect of water vapor and chem, which is funny that it even got called that from the very beginning, because it's really heavy metals, right? Strontium, aluminum, barium. And there's a funny thing about that too, because on the periodic table you have Ba for barium and Al for aluminum, and that's Baal, which is one of their mighty ones that they worship. See, over here is an operation where they're strip mining the earth. You see? They're raping it for profits, to profit off it. This could be the source of the smell. Oh, that's jacked up, guys. What you got going on there? What I was going to say about those high altitude planes is, who authorized them to be in our aerospace? Nothing can fly up here without authorization. And if your little drone goes into the wrong place, it's going to freaking fall down to the ground and probably come and get rounded up by guys in a truck. There isn't anything going on up there that they're not completely aware of. Right? Which is a source of your pride, right? America got the best. Who the heck is authorizing and allowing those things to fly up there and drop those things down on the normal citizens of this nation? Well, who is the head? The commander in chief, the chief commander. It's kind of funny, right? Remember when Bob Dylan had his interview and he said that he made a deal with the God of this world and the world to come, and he called him the chief commander? Pretty funny. The head of the most powerful military force ever to exist. I'll say it like that. There might have been other military campaigns that had more of impact and effect in dominating the world like this, but they've all fallen, right? But the beast that's behind them has never departed. It just moves. Now existing in all these kingdoms, because they all share major lies. Major lies. Just the fact that this place is not a ball, they all share that lie, and it's a huge lie. That's the where are you? Who, what, where, when, why, how. They gave you a false where. They give you a false who. You came from pond scum, right? And monkeys, right? That ain't who you are. They lied to you about the who. Why are you here? What does the scripture say? To esteem Yahuwah, your creator, and enjoy him forever. Not for your 80 years, your 120 years, your little eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. You know, I'm gonna be space dust someday. Parts of me are gonna make up the new Nibiru planet. Furthest from whatever. They lied to you about that. So what do you got? Where you are, who you are, why you're here. I mean, you know, the one who dies with the most toys wins. It's a joke, it's a t-shirt, right? No, it's a way of life for a lot of people. They're materialistic. That's why there is a thing called keeping up with the Joneses. Oh, the Andersons got a new Cybertruck. Well, I'm going to get a Cybertruck too. Except I'm going to paint mine red, white, and blue. And I'm going to put MAGA on it. Whatever. That's how the devil works. You got to get in there and lie about the foundational, fundamental truths. A little bit of leaven here, a little bit of leaven here. Just keep on working all that. Build an entire doctrine, an entire belief system, an entire religious cult of scientism, but convince them that it has nothing to do with religion. Because all religions are fairy tales. This is the real truth. Big Bang, baby, evolution. I don't have to answer to nobody, right? How do you identify? How do you identify? Oh, I respect your identification and all this. Yeah, these are things, planks of the doctrine. This is the hypocrisy of the virtue signaling. We are all inclusive. We're tolerant of everyone. We don't hate anyone, except for you people who believe in the Bible, and you people who have toxic masculinity, and I don't know, you people who want to eat animals, and whatever. Trust, believe, you got way more hate. What do I hate? The things that Yahuah hates, like the scripture says, love what Yahuah loves and hate what Yahuah hates. And what are those things? Wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash, deceiving devils, false ideologies, lies, right? Love the truth, hate the falsehood. I had a pastor in Florida tell me, oh, what's the harm in a little imagination? It ain't really so much that there's harm in a little imagination. I really like it when the little guy, pretends that he's a man doing, I'm a truck driver, right? I'm a hunter. Okay, he's aspiring to become something else that he really tangibly can become. But when he believes and identifies that he's a cat, it's not healthy. You see? And when you raise up your little girls to put on costumes and pretend that they're fairy princesses, that ain't even real. Just saying. What the whole thing with the Halloween costumes, right? Idolizing actors who get paid tons of money to pretend that they're things that they're not. I was just looking over here being like, oh, look how gorgeous those mountains are. What are those ugly white things sticking up on top of them? I feel like I need to make a phone call. Am I still in Idaho? I don't know when I leave Idaho. I guess I'll see a sign, right? What is the local time? Still too early. That's funny, this is Rainbow Road. I feel like I've seen Rainbow Road a few different places. And, you think of like Mario Kart, but there's also this religion. What is that religion? Is that like a Norse religion where they have like Valhalla or something, and they have like a one-eyed father in heaven? Is Odin? Is that who it is? Don't they have to like traverse on the Rainbow Road or something like that? There are so many false ways. Oh, Forgive me, Abba. There are so much. Maybe it's because it's early and I'm tired, but I can't even remember why I'm not supposed to say M-A-N-Y right now. I think it's a foreign mighty one. Myself needing to research some information on my phone, but that requires more than just a few little, right? It's more in depth, and I'm like, I can't. I need to double check that my log is going. I should pilot 195. Let me see if I can add that. I don't think I've tried this before. Pilot number, I forgot what I said. More construction. We just started to move. Slow down. Wasco, W-A-S-C-O. Okay, we're losing the left lane. There goes the train. I mean, I also, this could be totally like off Facebook. Other trains all across this land, and a lot of them look old, rusty, graffiti, different things, right? And then Yahusha and I and my whole mashpaka, we like to watch sometimes shows on YouTube that have trains, and like there's this guy that goes, from the northmost point to the southmost point, or from here to there, or all across Europe on these trains. Go look at these trains that they got in a lot of different lanes, whatever. They don't look like that. Like, seriously, dude, it's kind of laughable. Okay, I need to try to type in W-A-S-C-O. Oregon. out with the navigation and the log. Atah Yahuah. Try to do 530 divided by 8. Give me some kind of gallons. But I still don't have an answer to my question about gallons, so I don't see how that's going to help me. Find this tractor so I can show you guys what I saw in Indiana, and I have not been seeing it. I wonder if it's still making its way. This tractor has the hugest front wheel I've ever seen. Big fat front wheel, and it has one. It's weird. There's a lot of other animals. There's a lot of other different types of tractors that are like strange animals, you know, like what the heck is that? Like skinny tires that are really tall, and then these arms that stretch way out so it can spray chemicals on your food. It's weird, but yeah, there's those eyesores. There's a bunch of them over here. I guess at least they're turning, right? They're actually like doing something. It's crazy when I see them and they're not even moving. It's like, what the freak, dude? How much did that cost? Oh, with tax breaks and government subsidies and an investment from the bank. Yeah. It'll pay for itself in 35 years. I don't know. I'm just making it up. I wouldn't be surprised at all. All right. See a lot of that irrigation style that has those wagon wheel looking things, but it makes a lot of sense. But you see these instead that have these connecting arches with the big black tires that swing. And they can go around in a circle 360 degrees. And like when you're flying, it's been a long time since I have flown, and I have no intention of doing it ever again. But you can see the circles all over the heartland, so to say. They'll just be these green circles. watered by such a system as that. Pretty neat, I guess. Wait. Excuse me. Historical site. Oh yeah? Dang, look at that house. That don't look cheap. It's just sitting there on a dust hill. Doesn't even look occupied. Pretty wild. Very, very deserty looking. What that's overlooking. Wonder what the historical site is. You gotta go up to there to get the info on the historical. Wow, look at that view. Look at that water down there, y'all. Hey, that's what's up. Woo-wee! Wow. Massacre Rocks State Park. 1 mile. Massacre Rocks? Register Rock. There are some pretty rocks coming up though, y'all. Like these guys right here. Put a little picnic table right next to it. And all these. Isn't it wild how it looks like some kind of melted wall? It's pretty wild. Some more water. 86 to 84. I see it. So yeah, we are taking 86 to 84, and 84 is kind of the... Wow, look at that lot. That thing is new and flat and black. Ooh! Yeah. Look at that water. There's like a little island of reeds or something growing right out of it too. That's pretty neat. It's 3/4 of it surrounded by water. And more right here perhaps. A little bit more of a view of it right there. See, here's another one of those big towers that you really wouldn't need if everything was coming from a satellite. Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? Right? You got 5G towers all around you, but you believe that T-Mobile satellites are up in space, making your phone fast. Do you see why they laugh at you? They literally laugh at you, dude. They think it's hilarious. Yep, they call you all kinds of names behind your back while they smile and dance and sing pretty to your face and get you to freaking worship them. Facts. Fallen angels never understood why Yahuah gave so much to that which was created from the dust of the earth. Like, we're far more majestic, far more filled with beauty. We're far wiser. We're everything better. How would you possibly put them above us? They're going to judge us someday, right? And they get their kicks out of leading you astray, right? Just like the Pied Piper led rats through the streets. They dance like marionettes, they're pulling your strings, swaying to the symphony of their own destruction. They got nothing else really, right? They can't be forgiven. They tried that. They know that their fate is unescapable, but somehow they're going to try to wage war with Yahuah. Ha! Right? So they're twisted and deranged in this mental condition over thousands of years. They're disturbed. They're clown-faced serpents, right? They want to do everything to trick you, allure you, make you worship them. They still have some kind of a sick, twisted love affair with Yahuah. The sons of Ahim saw the daughters of Adam, those that were fair, and took for themselves wives, all whom they chose. Took! Now go back and listen to the lyrics. Go pick some song from whatever, dude. Whatever freaking band of devils you want to pick. Journey. And analyze the lyrics and look at what it is. You literally got devils romanticizing Eve. If you look at those lyrics from the perspective of fallen angels and Nephilim, who are an abomination, half angel, half man, you'll be like, oh wow, I never really understood that that's what that song was about. We made sacrifices to them. Our time, our money, buying their tickets, buying their albums, buying their posters, buying their CDs, buying all the merchandise, whatever. A sacrifice of your time. How much time did you spend memorizing the lyrics, just flooding yourself with their spells, becoming completely absorbed in it? I still have, like, I'll say something or someone will say something and a song lyric will just come into my mind. And I'll have to fight the urge to sing it. That's indoctrination. Right? Worship, adoration, idolizing. Right? Yep. crazy thing, really, when you go back and look at like 80s hair, whatever, and it isn't just that, bro. It ain't even like that. It could be Cher, it could be Donna Streisand, it could be Dolly Parton, it could be dang near all of them. They worship the Baphomet, right? Which is the blurring of the lines, of the duality, the mixing of a man and an animal, a male and a female, mixing, blending, so that there is no black and there is no white. Everything's gray. Everything's 50 shades of gray. Duality. That they feel that they're more complete once they have the essence of all of that in one. Seriously, this is part of their belief, their philosophy, their religion. Yeah. To go back to being a basically Adam before Hua, because Hua came out of Adam, so they want to return to that one Adam that has the feminine and the masculine together, bridled, right? Under complete control and embracing every element without anything becoming too one-sided. Yep. Yep. Look at all this land. Blah. Seriously, every day, all throughout the day, traveling across the land, this type of thing is the majority of the thing. Most of the people are assembled in the smallest amount of space. And where there's the most amount of space, there is the least amount of people. So what would it actually be like if that was balanced and it was like more like equally distributed? Or like people can have their own pieces of land and they could work together. You go back and you look at the origin of cities and all of that, making a name for yourself. Chicago Bulls, Tampa Bay Lightning, Miami Dolphins, all this, right, is rooted back in the scripture. When wicked sons, or actually when the fallen in Babel sought to make a name for themselves and build a tower up to the Shemayim. I mean, did they really think that gonna go and, like, I don't know, bro, kill the king? Do they really think they really believe that? Or do you think they just had no choice? I think that they had no choice. I think that Operation Fishbowl is another example of them trying to figure out some way, somehow, to get out of here, to escape, like a prison break, because they don't want to face the judgment. You know what I'm saying? And even when they dig down deep, now what's going on here? This a derriere? You smell that? Look at that, bro. Look at that. Is that where your coffee creamer comes from? What's all that red? Why they got red paint on them? Oh my gosh. I really hope that got on the video. You should just clip that and send it out somewhere. I think people need to see that. You need to see where this stuff is coming from and how they're treating those animals. You think those animals are depressed? Give me a freaking break, man. I'm gonna punch somebody in the mouth. You go out here and you look and you see this cattle that's out here on this free range, and the little baby one, and they're in the sun and everything, like, okay? And then look at that. Shoulder to shoulder pinned in, stuck in the mud, walking in their own urine and feces, consuming only Abba knows what kind of a chemical concoction, frankenfood, corn, whatever. Yeah? Oh, and then they get sick, so we're just going to treat them with our pharmakia. Yeah. And then you think that there's could be something that comes out of that animal that's, well, if you put enough sugar and whatever in it, it might taste a certain way to you. You're like, oh, this is my favorite. Caramel macchiato, espresso latte, blah, blah, blah. Right? People should have to see that. They should see it. You should understand where your stuff comes from. Just like there's all these people that want to sit there and get their chicken nuggets and dip it in barbecue sauce and just eat those all day long like they're going out of style. But the first time you hand them a pack of raw chicken and say, here, you know, cook this, they're like, yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, right? Freaking weird, dude. Because if you get your little soft serve slime that comes out of the thing, that gives you all the daily nutrition that you need, and it tastes delicious, you'll just eat that. Freaking rainbow unicorn diarrhea soft serve thing. That's weird. It is. It's really weird. Oh, don't worry about the ingredients. Yeah, we put the ingredients on the back so you can read it. Dihydrocontroxinized extract. What the frick is that? I don't know. It's a conjunction. It's 12 words put into one. It means don't worry about it, trust us. It has a stamp that says it's approved. You know what I mean? Bro, freaking crazy, man. Everything's so twisted up, it ain't even real. It ain't even real, like as in realistic or reality. See, there's some that just, they're grazing out there on that hay right there. That might not be the most ideal piece of land to raise livestock on, but you can still see. I always get troubled when I see them penned in, stomping around all on mud, fecal matter, and whatever. They're like, they're still fenced in when they're here, but you're giving them the whole thing. And if they have access to a watering hole that they go to, and they have their community, you know, you see how they interact with each other. They're social. Just like that thing that I talk about with those those killer whales at SeaWorld, and I went on the tour, and they were like, oh yeah, why is the dorsal fin like that? Scientists still don't know exactly why that behavior occurs. It's something that occurs in captivity only. I'm like, well, now you have the freaking answer right there. What do you mean? How much science do you need to understand? Test every single one that goes into captivity. Observe. Repeat this process. Do you see a pattern? Yes. Every time we put them in a little pen, they get a limp dorsal fin. Well, yeah. Duh. Let them go free. Let them be what they're meant to be. And then you'll see that thing, boom, like this, mighty, comes up out of the water. Right? Wow. They had some of those fish sit there and go mad. They started attacking people and stuff. You probably would too. They're intelligent. They're created. They're creatures. They're not your toy thing. Look at this, how long this goes out. Those mountains. You could just look at this area. We're encircled by mountains here, and how much folks could dwell here. You're going to need sources of water. You're going to have certain regions where, it gets very, very cold, but you could go look at Inuit people, look at the cold they live in. It's a possible thing, right? I don't know where is the hottest places along the equator, I guess. Are there not people there? Were there people there for 1,000 years that did not have air conditioning? Yeah. There's enough land for people to migrate as well to different areas. Here's an interesting thing to think about. The wicked say you'll own nothing and love it, or whatever, right? So there have been peoples who basically claimed ownership of no things, maybe just their own little personal things that they would actually trade. Like, I would give you my knife as a gift, and you would give me something of yours as a gift. This is a way that we communicate our bond, our friendship, that we have a connection, that we are brothers, right? But if I said something to you about this is my river, it wouldn't even make sense. What? Right? And were they well with that? Yeah. But because also, like, they were free. Yeah. So, but what they want is for you to own nothing and be happy, but they own you. You're not free. See, they want to put you in this ecosystem of their own imagination and expect you to love it and obey everything, right? Hydrogen refrigerated liquid hydrogen. Okay. So this is telling me 84 west, so we're going to just keep going straight. I think we're going to be coming up to our 86 soon, at some point. All trucks right lane. So that's the difference. There's more cattle right there, free range out. Here goes more. See? Now, if I'm gonna drink some milk or eat some ground beef, it was gonna come from an animal like that, not one of those ones that was shoulder to shoulder, all pinned in, walking around in its own fecal matter and getting jip 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 jip. Right? Feeding it what? Twin Falls. So how far is it? Oops. Oh, there's a Boise. I don't know how far it is to Twin Falls. Does that before Boise or after? You picked a fine place to park your truck. Smells kind of funny. Smells kind of funny. I got a mail there. I wonder what it is. Let's see if this way station is open or not. And if they might have a sign right here. Most likely, I think I saw Idaho only requires 26,000 or greater. Twin Falls is 46 miles, by the way. Commercial farm trucks over 26, hazmat over 10. Ain't none of that meat. It is open, by the way. I'm not sure what time the permitting office for Idaho would open, but I'm going to have to call them and ask them to email me a receipt because I did not get a receipt. See all these this yellow stuff out here? They're spraying it, growing it. I wonder what it is. I thought those were wildflowers, and they probably are some that are. But they're treating those definitely like their crop. City of Rocks, Castle Rocks. caution. Wildlife ahead. Oh, we're coming into a city? Ha! Hey, it's fine. So that is insane about the wiring again. I'm going to check that, but I don't... It's connected because I can see the light on. It's weird because the plug itself feels very secure. Hey, this water level looks like it's kind of high. It's well to see that, especially in areas that look so dry. Excuse me. Alright, I'm going to turn on some of this news again. We'll see what we have to say about it all. Smooth. Like this is this was done a while ago, this roadway right here, and we just went over that and it was smooth. Like this kind of thing like shows you that it can be done. Now we are coming into more construction. I think this is another one of those hydrogen trucks right here. 7 miles. Well, let's see what happens. They cracked me up with this. They're like 10 plus reports of construction 5 minutes ago. Is it still there? And it's like, bro, yes, you know that, right? But you're covering up my miles, arrival time, and time remaining and all the rest of that with your little pop-up. See the horse seats? Hi, horsies. Alright, let's see. This thing's dropping down here to 65. Sure we're going to lose a lane. I just don't know which one. If I can get over. There goes my rear view mirror not working again. I'm so sick of that. I don't know why that's happening. Leave it unplugged long enough. See that? Just gotta leave it unplugged for like, I don't know, 90 to 120 seconds, whatever, and then it'll be fine for hours again. I wonder if it's overheating. How could you possibly have a product that mounts to the windshield be that insensitive to heat? You get a lot of heat. Hold on. Whee! But no sign says bump. They put the sign that says bump in a place where there was like hardly any bump at all. Alright, so there goes the camera. pretty sure that's going to be today. Will be the day that I break the 1,000 gallons for the month of June. Pretty excited about it. And, you know, it's cutting it close. It's only today and tomorrow is it, I think, right? Tuesday is the first, I think. So yeah, Baruk Atah Yahuah, coming up to that. My GPS thing is saying that 84 is in 0.8 miles. It's like I'm already looking for, so I'm not sure what you mean. There's definitely a massive amount of construction up ahead. We see a lot of these old communities where they're really hit hard. Having everything. That's not everybody. That's for sure. Okay, so stay on for 481 miles. So all is well with that. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and fire this program up, and we'll just let it run and talk about it here and there.
With this, there was also a legal action that was brought against the UK government because it was sending F-35 parts, the F-35 jet parts, to Israel, knowing that they may apparently be used against.
So exactly right. The kings of the earth conspire together to make these wars, and they know they're not dumb. What do you think they're naive? Well, I don't know what could happen possibly if we send these weapons, right? Oh, they need this for their defense because they're surrounded by hostile nations. Right? Yes, they know very well what they're doing. And the seat of power that exists there. And who it is they serve. Yes, they know. There's like a dozen gorgeous horses right there. Horses are amazing, aren't they?
Palestinians or in other military cases. But I understand that there is a ruling on that now. The High Court says that it's not broken any laws. Give us some context for that.
That's right. Well, last year, the UK government suspended some arms export licenses to Israel because it assessed that Israel was not complying with international humanitarian law, especially when it comes to the treatment of detainees and also blocking access to humanitarian aid in Gaza. But they carved out an exemption there for the export of F-35 jet parts. Now, F-35s are made in different nations, different countries made different parts, and then they're all assembled together. Every F-35, 15% of it is made by the UK, but the UK makes parts that go into kind of a shared pool, so it doesn't really have control over which specific items or parts go into an Israeli jet versus an American jet or a jet from another nation. And that was the argument from the UK government. If they stop exporting these parts, that could have an impact on their NATO allies, that could have an impact in their ability to defend themselves from the Russian invasion. Now, a group based in the West Bank challenged that in the court hearing.
Carbine is so easy.
They always come in like abrupt and loud, like Kramer. I can't stand that the advertisements are loud and pushy and all the rest of it. It's really not. like it's red brick with like white columns, and I'm not sure if you're gonna get. I think you're gonna get a great deal of it actually.
There are any other legal avenues that could still pursue on this.
Milena Veselinovic in Westminster. Thank you very much indeed. Well, as we've been reporting, the Israeli military is also attacking Palestinians near food distribution sites operated by the contract. More than 580 have been killed at these sites.
It really is kind of like a bear trap or a trap, whatever. I just hear food in just food. Bam. Seriously, dude, it's freaking demonic.
Isn't a reliable partner for distributing aid in Gaza. Chef, they replaced the United Nations as the main distributor of food in the Strip. Now, Hamas is in Jordan, capital Amman, and she's there because the Israeli government's banned her of reporting inside Israel and the occupied. That's a bit of a national intro to these comments by Austrian.
Counterpart inside of its war Israel gone war on God out of the main for a lot of different EU countries who signed letters, one that had more than 25 different signatories threatening action against Israel, saying that what they were doing in the Gaza Strip, one, needed to end because of the dire and catastrophic humanitarian situation that had unfolded, but also saying that the Israelis are not allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza and that it was simply unacceptable, and the way they have chosen to go about it is also not working. Nearly 600 Palestinians have been killed at these aid distribution sites. Palestinians say they're left with no choice at all to either starve to death or to die trying to get one of these boxes at the GAF sites. Now, some Israeli soldiers who spoke anonymously to one Israeli newspaper said that this area has become a killing field. The Israeli military and the GHF alike have long dismissed or denied any sort of claims or evidence about Palestinians being shot and killed at these distribution centers.
We were talking to Hani Mahmoud in Gaza City just a few moments ago. He was talking about the Israeli attacks there ramping up, and we have seen that before in Gaza when there's speculation about the possibility of a ceasefire. Now, Donald Trump has been pushing a ceasefire in Gaza. Do we have any indication where Israel is on that?
Well, the Israeli Prime Minister just a few days ago said that the Israeli negotiating team was in constant contact with mediators. However, the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson has said that there currently are no talks or negotiations ongoing, but rather efforts to get those talks to resume. Now, the Israeli Foreign Minister this morning has said that Israel is committed to releasing the remaining Israeli captives. If it happens through some sort of deal, then they would be willing to accept that. But Israel is trying to push European allies to have Hamas accept this 60-day proposal that was brought forward by the Americans several months ago. This is the so-called Witkoff proposal that would see a 60-day pause in the fighting and a guarantee for Israel to go back to war. However, this has been a main sticking point for Hamas, saying that they want a total and complete end to the war. A lot of Israeli allies in Europe and abroad in the West have been saying that they want an end to the war, but there's been no signal whatsoever from the Israelis.
That's Hamda Sahoud talking to us there from Jordan's capital, Amman. Hamda, thank you. The International Atomic Energy Agency has created many problems for global and regional security because of double standards. Speaking to the French President Emmanuel Macron, Masoud Pezeshkian blamed the IAEA for the current crisis. Earlier, Tehran's foreign ministry said the safety of IAEA inspectors couldn't be guaranteed because of the extent of damage at the nuclear facilities. It also said Donald Trump's stance towards sanctions on Iran were psychological and media games.
The Director General of the IAEA insisting at this time doesn't make sense to us because only a few days have passed since the aggressive attack by the Zionist regime and the United States on Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. In this situation, expecting Iran to continue normal cooperation with the agency is not reasonable. Also, one important issue is how we can assure the safety of the inspectors when we still don't have a clear assessment of the damage. Our Atomic Energy Organization is still looking into it.
Russell Satter is live for us in Tehran. Russell, Iran's foreign ministry making it very clear who they believe has a key responsibility for the attacks on Iran.
Indeed, so the rift between the International Atomic Energy Agency and Iran is day by day growing further. So today, the spokesperson of the foreign ministry and the president himself, so they both accused International Atomic Energy Agency and its Director General Rafael Grossi of having an important role in the war that was imposed on Iran. So the spokesperson of foreign ministry is saying that International Atomic Energy Agency is an international body with well-defined objectives and responsibilities, and that responsibilities are not political but technical. However, he's accusing the agency of being under heavy influence of some members of the boards of directors and some states, namely Israel and America, and as a result acting like a political body, being politicized. But here Iranian officials are particularly referring to a specific report that was issued by the International Atomic Energy Agency on June 12th, and that report was accusing Iran of not cooperating properly and of not being transparent enough. Just hours after that report was released, Israel has started to attack Iran, and now Iranian officials are saying that report was not accurate, it was biased, and it was politically motivated, and that report, they say, has triggered the war. So it's a huge accusation toward the world's nuclear watchdog. On the other hand, in Iran, the parliament has adopted a bill of banning all the cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, but the agency is insisting of sending inspectors to see the latest state of the nuclear facilities. But now Iranian officials are saying that they cannot guarantee their safety as the damage assessment process is still on the way.
Russell, thank you very much indeed. Russell Sutter there in Tehran. Abbas Aslani is a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies based in...
See, I'll pause that for a second because I gotta think. I need to stop for coffee, a restroom, and fuel. Not in any kind of what would I say? Not like out of fuel or anything like that. Let me see what I got going on as far as price and distance. So here's one. Okay, that doesn't seem accurate any longer. Let's redo our search. Okay, that's perfect. Yep, go that route. Okay, let's see. Jump off, like I said, get a coffee, use the facilities, pit stop. Usually do have one. I was going to say about 2 hours, and it's 2 hours and 15 minutes. So. Tana Abba, Baruk Yahuah, Hallelujah. This place is just kind of like this a lot, huh? There's a lot of this in Idaho. Yo. Okay, so Jerome, 26 miles, that's what we're going for.
Right, he's joining us from the Iranian capital. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. The speculation grows about whether or not Iran has enriched uranium and how much of it may have. Does the fact that nobody knows about anything about that actually give Iran more or less leverage should it choose to get involved in talks over its nuclear program?
Rob, we have been seeing information war between the two sides on what has happened to Iran's nuclear program, including its nuclear material. On the facilities, the American side is saying that it has obliterated and destroyed the facilities. On the other side, Iran admits significant damages. However, it is saying that the overall program of the country remains viable. But surprisingly, we are seeing a third narrative emerging from some Western media. They are trying to say that the damages have been minimal and superficial, and the attacks have been ineffective. And it seems that there are this narrative, the third one, is aiming to provoke another round of conflict between the two sides in order to expand the conflict. And so that's why it could shift the situation from a fragile ceasefire into an operational pause. So this is important to take note. In the meantime, Iran is, cautious about the process. It has doubts about the ceasefire, which has been announced by the other side, because this could be used as a surprise factor in order to initiate another aggression against the country. There are discussions these days in Tehran that if Iran engages in another round of negotiations, maybe this could be used as a cover to deceive the country and also to start another round of military attack against the country. So that's one of the major obstacles to initiate a new round of discussions. In parallel, there is no trust from the Iranian side toward the American side, because they were in the middle of the negotiations. All of a sudden, Israel disrupted the process, and later on, the United States joined that military adventure against the country. So these are major obstacles to foreseeing a meaningful diplomatic process between Iran and the United States.
Donald Trump himself has said that he has not ruled out the possibility of striking Iran again if it's found that its nuclear capabilities are greater than was anticipated. One would imagine that one of the easiest ways to avoid that would be to allow in IAEA inspectors to be able to convince the Americans and others that of the level of damage that Iran's nuclear process had sustained. Is there a point, do you think, despite what Iran's position is at the moment, do you think there is a point at which Iran would consider allowing inspectors in if it meant avoiding a possible attack?
Rob, here in Tehran, there are discussions that, the other parties, meaning the United...
Looks like there's a crop duster right here. I don't know if you're going to get to see it because it's on my side, but it's over this we're going up this little hill right here. And I seen him pull up, turn, come back around, then go down low. So it's pretty cool. Maybe you'll see. I still haven't got anybody to answer in the comments if they can see stuff out this window or not. I don't even know. It's funny. I guess I gotta go back and try to watch some of it myself. Try to make a mental note next time I do that. So yeah, right there is a yellow, it's like a crop dusting plane. It's like a 13 miles. I think we're gonna be past that. I don't know for sure. of hay under wraps right there. I used to see those covers put on houses that they were like condemned, or they were like infested with bugs or something, and they would like bomb them, like bug bomb, not bomba bomba. Out there is Eden Road. Okay, you didn't really realize that. But some of those folks know on Facebook, they'll start going crazy, you know. See, Eden Road is in Idaho. Boom, proof. Yeah, it's wild. So there he is, way over there. He's doing like a bank. And he's coming back. Gotta make a pass coming in this direction. Pretty neat. Well, I don't know. You probably can't see it at all. But so this is the field. There he goes. He's going up. Now he's banking this way. Oh no, he's in a partial now. He's going back around that way. He's right there. You see him? That's cool mine. That's cool mine.
The states and western capitals, as well as Israel, they do not have a precise assessment of the extent of the damages inflicted on the nuclear facilities. That's why they are insisting on sending IAEA inspectors to the ground in Tehran in order to have a better evaluation of what happened the other night. So that's why, you know, from this perspective, Tehran is, opposing the inspectors coming. The second point and aspect is the contamination that might have happened in those sites, that Iran is saying that they cannot guarantee the safety of those inspectors. And the third is the law which recently was passed in Iranian parliament, which suspends any kind of cooperation with the IAEA. For sure, the officials from that agency cannot travel to the country. Iran cannot submit reports on its nuclear activities to the agency, but yet it has not been finalized, and there are views being exchanged among different Iranian policymakers whether or not to allow those IA inspectors to come. And but the signals so far have been indicating that it could be difficult to imagine to inspectors coming to the country following the aggression which happened, and the point that they might be reporting their assessment results to the Western capitals, including to the United States as well as to Israel.
Abbas Aslani of the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. So thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure, Rob.
Well, it's time for the weather. Here's Everton.
Oh, that was a little bit torturous. There's a little bit of difficulty with the pronunciation of certain words, but there's also like the utilization of multiple words to try to just say something that you can just simply say by stating it very factually and actually straight off the bat, without having to continue to add so much word salad and fluff and flavor and everything else to it, overcomplicate it and enhance the chaos of the entire situation, so that it's a lot less discernible as to like what's really actually going on. Is that like some kind of a trained skill or what? Because it's exhausting. Just get to the point, dude. Is it just me? I'm sorry if that was rude. I apologize, but I'm not trying to be rude. I've heard this before on other different reports and political speech and blah blah blah. They talk in circles, they double speak, they do all this stuff, and so I was getting a hint of that. So if I've misappropriated that label there, I will apologize, but it is a tactic and it is a thing, and it's exhausting. Hey, is it really? What? It's 8:41 and I ain't heard nothing from my baby. What's going on with that, y'all? I feel like it'll just pop up any second now. I could be wrong, but I just, you know. I'm definitely thinking I'm gonna have to make some chicken tonight.
Against the U.S. president.
Informed opinions.
It's just advertisement for another program on here. I like some of the rest areas, especially if they have a view and a table, and I can go and just put my bin out there and all that. I'm gonna keep on carrying that bin until it becomes easy. You know, I feel like that's well. It's gotten a little bit easier already. Oh, look at that. Look at that. She just hearted my message. Hi Yafa Shamkadani. I love you. I was just mentioning that it was 8:43 and I hadn't heard from you. So halal that all is well, that you slept well, that your sugar's okie dokie, that those babies aren't giving you too much trouble. Mwah! Love you, baby. Miss you. Can't wait to see you. I am fighting hard to get back. Oh, by the way, I am getting off of the road here in 4 miles to get fuel, use the potty, and refill my coffee. So I'm going to be away from the phone for just a little bit. So go ahead and get back to me once you get some of your stuff handled too, because I know you got a lot going on when you first get up as well. Love you, baby. Mwah. I'm just gonna slow down because it's 3 miles. Like, might as well.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 70 Palestinians since dawn on Monday. A crowded camp.
See, like, if you do this kind of like daily, come in here and check this out, you're gonna hear like these numbers. Like, it's 70 just in these few hours, you know, tens and hundreds every single day, bing, 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 bing. You know, multiply that out by 364 days in a year. Instead of doing like one strike of 3,000 like in New York City, it's a little here, 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 little distraction, little dialogue, little vote, little negotiation, other little distraction like this.
It was attacked in which at least 24 people, including women and children, were killed. 15 others died while waiting for food at an aid distribution center south of Gaza City. Protest group Palestine Action says it's begun a legal case against the UK government's intention to ban it under anti-terror laws. The ban needs parliamentary approval. The UK's High Court has also ruled that Britain's decision to continue exporting components for the F-35 fighter jet to Israel is legal. Israel, despite accepting accused in breach of international humanitarian law. Iran's president said that the International Atomic Energy Agency has created many problems for global and regional security because of double standards. Speaking to the French president, Macron blamed the IAEA for the current crisis. That's for ministry. The safety of IAEA inspectors not be to the extent damage. nation's last pro-democracy political parties is the announcement by the Social Democrats comes 5 years after the new national security law triggered a crackdown on opposition. Patrick Falk has been speaking to people in Hong Kong about how life has changed.
Images of violence in Hong Kong front and center an exhibition commemorating a national security milestone. It's titled the words "Never Forget." Something elsewhere calls national security the
over 60% of long-haul traffic.
This is our stop. I'm gonna go ahead and take care of a couple things, and then I'll be back. Alright, here we go again. Just pulling out of that place, gonna jump back on the interstate here. So I got 19 gallons in the truck, was a half tank. So I'm leaning towards the 36 then. Although, weirdly, I guess it could be a 40 and it could be a 42 because of reserve tank. I don't know, I'd be curious what your thoughts are on that. And then the total purchase that I got was 44. Which I would have wanted to get the 50, but it might not matter because I probably did unlock the shower thing. I'll check here in a bit. The thing is, from the 44, right, minus the 19, so that meant 25 went into the big tank. But the big tank was showing that it was at 3/8. Well, that don't make no sense, right? Because it's a 95-gallon tank. Half of that is 48. Half plus another eighth can't be 25. I wish I knew what was going on with that. I don't know. I don't understand what in the world. So now what I need to do is try to put fuel in the tank when it's like half in the back so I can see. I feel like I gotta verify, like this makes no sense to me, that I gotta verify that that thing's 95 gallons. But I kinda do. So, I kinda will. So, 0.3 miles. That ain't right here. But it is this one. Once I jump up on here and get my stuff locked in, I'm going to take a look and see if we saved any money at the pump, and if I unlock the shower thing, and possibly get the talking heads back up on there. I had to shut that off because it was taking up too much real estate on my screen for me to pay for my coffee and pay for my fuel and all that stuff. And that's all right. That's okay. I'm surprised that bug right there survived because I just scrubbed down that windshield. And I also tried to clean up that window over there a little bit, just in case it's impacting the camera. I don't know. I want you to be able to see the scenery clearly. construction goes for. It would be well if it would go away. I'll tell you that right now. Alright guys, I gotta make a quick phone call. I'll be right back. Okay, Baruk Yahuah, all is well on the home front. And Abba willing, I will be back with them tomorrow. Wait, no, sorry. Tuesday. Today's still Sunday, I'm so confused right now. No, today's Monday. It will be tomorrow. So I have 5 hours to go to the location where I'm going to take a shower. And then my Shah's found me a place that's a boat ramp with parking and stuff. And RVs that stay there. I forgot what the body of water is. Near a body of water. I forgot. But anyway, Paul, that's a great place. And I can make up a chicken and I'll spend the night there and then get up at like 2 a.m. local time, get on the road by 3 a.m. to go through Portland and beat the dawning traffic. That's my goal. Get there. In preparation for the drop-off, which reminds me, I can phone ahead and advise them that I'll be there tomorrow. Be there tomorrow first thing and get the name of the person that I'll meet with and also the any parking instructions that they may have. I'll try to get that information up front. But still wanted to get on here and try to look at the fuel savings on the last one, which was only 44 gallons, but that should have been enough to put me over the 1,000. So then the 50 doesn't really matter as much. But I think it's still well to collect the tokens. There may be a time where I'm taking a few weeks off and I need that to get back up into the thing. And all this is assuming that Yahuwah's return is prolonged beyond midway through 2027. I mean, even that's a long time, right? Maybe it's more like 2026, huh? But of course, we don't know how far off their calendar is. We just know that it's far off. Look at all that old construction equipment at that place. It's like a junkyard for caterpillars. Cat equipment. Okay, I got a message here from my Shah, so let me check that out. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Look at the rocks. Ruach Ha'Qadash. See again, look at all this land. All this land, bro. And I mean, I feel like the enemy might want to convince you that like no one could live here or something like that. I don't know necessarily if that's true, right? I mean, why there's water underneath the ground everywhere as far as I know, and it's constantly replenishing. So I think that the water that comes from deep underground is living water, and the water that comes down from the tops of the mountains from Shemayim is living waters. And so, there you go. Wouldn't it be just like the enemy to give you dead water? So take the water that's alive and put it in some kind of a container, and then chemicals and everything else on it, poison it, and then give it back to you and call it running water. Wow. Boom. Mind blown. Because the running water underground and the running water coming off of the mountain is the running water. Right? That is the living water. And what they do to the water is such that nothing can live in it. Right? Chlorinate it, fluoridate it, all the rest. Man, bro, Baruk Yahuah, look at that. I never even thought of this like that before. It's so true. Hallelujah Yahuah. Hallelujah Yahuah for understanding. Alright, so I did go into the app real quick and I'm taking a look, and I have what they call shower power. So we did get up to 1,024 gallons. So anything else beyond that today and tomorrow is just bonus. Starting on the 1st, it's going to begin to calculate a whole new one for the month of August. All of July is already, even from right now, from my understanding, like, they gave me a half a credit though for the 44 gallons. So I have 6.5 of those, but I don't think that we'll be utilizing them at all now because we're in the shower power, which is, might be defined right here. Let me take a look. Earn shower power when you fuel 1,000+ gallons in a month. Once earned, you are eligible for free showers during the current month and the following month. So, heck, maybe it's not just one a day. Maybe it's just, you got free showers, bro. Like, whatever. So, hallelujah, Yahuah, we got shower power. Now let's go in here and take a look and see how much we paid for our last purchase. 176.32. So I'll open up a calculator, 176, and see. I forgot what I just said because I misspoke. 32. Okay. Now I need to go and see what was paid actual. Facial recognition thing is going to work here. Really? It said no. Close to Boise, so it's about to get noisy with just the traffic and the chaos. I'm trying to prepare myself a little bit. bucks left. Gonna really need that payment. I already forgot how much it's supposed to be. I think it's 33. They already gave 1,000, so 23. Okay. Oh, my glasses back on. The facial recognition thing failed. I find that very difficult to believe, by the way, that they don't have that perfected yet, right? 15568. See, it's not much. Well, even that one was 20, so that was less fuel but more savings than the previous one. So more savings per gallon. All these things add up, you know. They're charging $15 for a shower. Look at what shower power actually ends up saving you, right? Plus you're getting $20 off, $50 off. I've gotten $100 off. So it's definitely better though when I'm in the areas where the fuel is more reasonably priced, I guess I'd say. Folks want to go whizzing by now, so I just won't let them. So made a major mistake here. Forgot to go back driving on my log. I don't mean major, like some catastrophic thing. I'm just saying, like, it was a while ago and I need to fix it. But I know how long I was there getting fuel. You know, it's maybe 30 minutes. I wonder what that's going to be. Got a huge Made in America thing on it. Yep, we're doing the Boise thing already. So let me see if I go add past duty. So let's look at doing that. Oh, you know what I need to know first? Okay, the location is what I was gonna say. So, oh no, I don't want that. That's gonna mess me up big time. So what I do is make myself driving and get this in here as Jerome and put in my BOL. Alright. And then once I save this, then I'm going to go and edit it. Change this one so that it ends at 12. I ended my fueling at noon, right? Because probably about 30 minutes. It really wasn't even that much, but it definitely wasn't more than that. I'll save that. So now it's changed my driving from just now to an hour and 51 minutes. Because it realizes that I started driving at noon. So, I mean, Indiana time. And it's almost 2 Indiana time. So that's actually fixed. because a lot of times the lanes to the right will turn into exit only when you're in like any kind of major cities or something. I'm assuming that Boise is a major city. I mean, I don't know that I've ever been here. Can't recall. But the speed limit here is 65. I got this thing set on 63. I go ahead and go to 62. But I don't want to get in the left lane, and I don't want to be in the far right lane either because it's going to possibly disappear. Wow, that's so delicious, Baruk Atah. Man, massive parking structures over here. I'm thinking this must be a medical industrial complex area. Of course, I could be wrong. Could be something connected to like an airport or something as well. I do not know. Battle Space, Idaho. What the heck is that? Jackson Jet Center. See, that does seem airport related. These kind of look like hangars. Firehawk helicopters. I wonder if we'll see any old world buildings. I guarantee you there are old world buildings, but whether or not we see them from this location, questionable. So that's definitely all airport stuff right there. You see, I don't know if you can, because you can't see out my window, or maybe you can. I still don't know. Excuse me. Here's the example. 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes. That one just went away. Exit only. That one's exit only. The 4th lane over there turned into 2, and both of them go bye-bye. Now 1, 2, 3 lanes remain. It's not anything abnormal at all there. Oh, there's a building filled with obelisks and a golden statue atop an idol, and it's a temple. No, this is a temple, right? Right, bro? Crazy. Isn't it beautiful, family? Ha! Yeah. Let's forsake the wilderness and all the beauty of creation so that we can come dwell here. Oh, I did get the receipt emailed to me, by the way. Yahusha helped. We made a 3-way call into the permitting place and spoke to someone there, and they were able to send it. So Baruk Atah Yahuah. I don't know why I didn't get it in the first place. I went into my email and I checked all the spam and stuff, and it wasn't there, but it's okie dokie. I think there was something in the process because they don't even have the receipt doesn't show the total that we paid, because it was when it was initially created, it wasn't created that way. But you have to pay fees to pay with your debit card, and so we're going to be swallowing those. But we're going to be writing it off. I'll tell you that, because it's all affiliated with the business. What is it? You know what I'm saying? Like I heard this tax guy saying, oh, you can't write off clothes, but you could write off steel-toed work boots. Oh, so you're supposed to go to work naked with steel-toed boots on? The clothes are required to do the job. No shirt, no shoes, no service. No, ain't nobody running around here nude to do their work. You know what I mean? So find that to be poor, very poor, right? There are clothes that I purchased that I carry around in my duffel bag, that I wash on the road, that I wear on the road, that are all associated with the work that I do. Period. And there's a lot of other things too. I mean, like I could go up, eat out on the road and take receipts and write those things off, but I don't eat those things anyways. I mean, even if you were giving them to me for free, I don't really want to eat them. When I got steak and eggs at Cracker Barrel twice, I kind of felt unwell about it after, you know? And I've been very tempted to go and get myself a burger, you know, bison burger. I was really tempted a few times. But, you know, I bring food in my refrigerator from home. So that food that I purchase is work-related food. You know, whatever you want to say, a fraction of it, a percentage of it, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, consult your legal tax advisor for more information. This is not tax advice. This is just my opinion. I'm yet to see a beautiful thing. They got to put a big poster of a person climbing a rock on the building so that you can see nature, the rock, on the building. Right? Or they're going to paint the blue sky and a rainbow and a butterfly and a tree and the grass and stuff like that on the bus stop. So to beautify the trash. Right here, overpass. Oh, it's got a mountain and a bird and some kind of swirly thing. I don't know if that's supposed to be an eel or a snake or what is that? I don't know. But metal sculpted images of creation to try and make it look better. That totally speaks for itself. I don't think I need to say anything. Wow. right next to it, camping, massive flag. You'd think they're drawing any of the business from the folks that used to go. Hey, did you hear they got Camping World right next door? Let's go take a look. Let's just see what they got, you know. Elite commercial service for Ford right next to that. It's pretty wild. The person that owns this land right here, I don't know what they're doing with all this grassland that they have. Their house there, their fifth wheel there, their bales of hay, right, surrounded by all this city. Here you go again. A tree, family holding hands, walking on a path by mountains to try to beautify the big chunk of concrete. Wouldn't need to put scenes of nature on it if it was beautiful by itself, right? Okay, everyone's slowing down here, jamming on brakes, trying to change lanes as if they can somehow get ahead by cutting other people off. Try to give these guys a chance, see what they got to say.
At Insurify, we make
advertisement right away. It started saying insurance because he was selling insurance. Oh. I like these Peterbilts.
If anyone is winning this war, because we saw the Sudanese army take control of the capital in March. In many conflicts, that's a decisive moment. It doesn't seem to be in this conflict.
Everyone is losing in this war. Every now and then, one side or the other, the army or the rapid support forces, will announce a victory. But immediately or very few days later, what we see is any military or political momentum they may have had then runs into the sand. And the war is becoming an intractable conflict that is just grinding down the Sudanese people beyond the point of desperation.
So, Khalud, do you see any hope for diplomacy, any efforts that could lead to a political solution? And this is maybe a controversial question. Could the best answer for now be some sort of partition?
Well, if we look at previous examples of partition in Sudan, that's never played out very well. I mean, if you look at South Sudan, the problems in South Sudan were not, simply partition. So I don't think that history shows us that that's the right way to go. And also, Sudan's problems are interlinked, despite the very many attempts to split Sudan apart, both internally and externally. The fate of Sudanese people is intertwined because Sudanese people broadly want the same things. They want to be able to live free. They want to be able to, live away from military rule and be able to have livelihoods, etc. What we're seeing now is that, people across the world are only starting to, put faith in any kind of political process, because the Egyptian process has stalled, the AU process has stalled, and really the only thing that we've seen in terms of international attention is the Americans hinting that after the deal that they struck between Rwanda and the DRC, they're looking towards Sudan next. Of course, previously there was that meeting with the UAE, Saudi, and Egyptian ambassadors in Washington, D.C., but this is not a strategy. This is not any concrete sign that the world is willing to pay attention, with or without American leadership, to getting a political resolution in Sudan. So where is the hope? The hope is in the people that are right now at the front line of delivering aid to people, despite the repressive tactics that they're facing from the warring generals and the other militias, and despite the aid cuts that are being inflicted upon them from the world's richest countries. That's where the hope lies.
See, well, I would say that chaos is the opposite of order, just like dark is the opposite of light. Darkness is what you get when there is no light, and chaos is what you get when there is no order. So all you have to do is remove the order, attack the order, and you get chaos. The enemy loves the chaos because the fruit of the chaos is suffering and pain and death. It's inevitable. That's why there's all this destabilization and corruption and all this stuff. Because that's basically the works of darkness. It's really not that complicated. We tend to think that we can resolve chaos by choosing a leader who tells us the things that we want to hear. Hello, newsflash. That's exactly what the devil does. He tells you exactly what you want to hear, and so do his minions. This is not a surprise. Anyone, to a child, don't care so much about what they say, care about what they do. Know them by their fruits. The idea that we can restore order and light to our culture and civilization by having leaders that are not in obeying the commandments, the instructions, which again, this doesn't have to be labeled religion. That's a trick of the devil. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, right? Thou shalt not covet. What fruit comes from coveting? No fruit. Nothing positive comes from coveting. Covet means materialism, greed, selfishness, manipulation. It's all rotten. See what I mean? But people think that you shouldn't have a king or a leader who's Qadash. That's foolishness. Where's that lie come from? The pit of Sheol. Right? Yes, he should be the husband of one wife who manages his house well. You just take the qualifications that are in Scripture for an elder and apply it to the leader, and there you go. Did Abba not paint us a picture and show us? Yashar'Al had Qadash kings and wicked kings. And look what happens. Things prosper and go well in the land when there's a Qadash king. And when there's a wicked king, when everyone does what's right in their own eyes, it goes horribly wrong. And it is. And it is.
Alex, what do you think is the best hope or the best strategy going forwards?
Well, I think on this issue we have to recognise, first and foremost, famine is a crime. This is not a natural disaster. This is a crime inflicted by Sudanese generals and their backers on the Sudanese people. And as with any crime of this nature, the first responsibility falls on those who committed it to ameliorate the ills, the sufferings, to provide reparations. And I think we need to think of it in this way, and to get away from what we are seeing at the moment, which is all sorts of tactical positioning about who has gained from the war and therefore who should gain from the peace. We don't want to see a peace deal that is, as it were, just the annex to a business deal in which the wealth of Sudan is...
I'm confused. 84 West Ontario, 84 West Caldwell. It's not 84 West, 84 West. What the heck are you talking about? Well, I don't understand that. Why do you have two different signage also contributes to the confusion. I hit a big bump and it says to check the wiring. I checked the harness and it is solid, so I'm not sure what is going to become of that. It's frustrating. Not sure why sometimes the signs are a little bit unclear, unless you're baking confusion into the cake, which, yeah. The beast system is made up out of chaos. Misinformation, disinformation, varying opinions, experts agree, other experts agree, same thing. Why they disagree? Because they're experts. Wouldn't the experts agree? Would the elders of Yashar'Al agree on Torah? Right? There's another big RV dealership right here. Brett's Marine. So, one of these places, there could be actually quite a few loads that go from Indiana to Boise, Idaho.
Divided up amongst those who have been preying on the Sudanese people.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you to our guests today, Alex Deval and Khulud Khair. If you want to know more about the situation in Sudan, you'll find plenty of context and analysis. You can visit our website, aljazeera.com. We want to hear your views too. Go to our Facebook page. That's Facebook.
Let's take a look at all this beauty. Look at that. Look at how gorgeous. Wow, dude. Negative, Ghost Rider. Filled, overcrowded. Look at this factory over here with all the bricks. I'm not sure what it is. There's also some big mound of earth, and you got the fire going, and all the tanker trucks. So some kind of a fuel refinery or some such thing.
.com/AJ Inside Story, or find us on X. We are at AJ Inside Story. I'll see you back here very soon. Until then, from me, James Bays, and all the team here, please stay safe and well. Bye for now.
More construction. Speed limit's supposed to be 55 right here, which is what I'm doing. Obviously he ain't. But you ain't gonna see nobody getting no tickets. Well, this is how you increase the spirit of lawlessness and chaos and disorder, right? It's intentional. I'm telling you. Please hear me. Just so happens to be exit 33. Just so happens to be right there, exit 33. I think we might have another airport right here. I mean, I don't know if one was international, one was municipal, or what. I have no idea. But there's another one. I think that's an airport, right? Oh, no, wait. No, that's not an airport I saw. this building. What is this building? A circa. Come here and be told things that tickle your ears but are not true. It'll be your favorite place. And did our construction end? Looks like it did. So it's 34 miles to Ontario, but it's not Ontario, Canada. And the other places on the same route, so they had one sign saying this to this and this to this, but it's the same. One comes before the other on the same road. It's totally stupid. Look at all that cattle.
Hello, I'm Lee Barker. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. The Israeli military shells a seaside cafe in Gaza, killing at least 39 people. We report from the scene.
A cafe? 39 people?
Blood stains on the table. Some of the bodies were collected.
It's supposed to be a military target?
Of this place, wrapped in table sheet and taken to the hospital.
The United Nations says baby formula has completely run out in the Gaza Strip, putting thousands of infants at risk of death. Also ahead.
I'm Phil Lavelle in the Florida Everglades, where it is teeming with alligators and pythons, and now is at the center of Donald Trump's mass deportation program.
And parts of Europe swelter in extreme heat, with temperatures spiking above 40 degrees Celsius.
In sport, the reigning men's Wimbledon champion has narrowly avoided a first round defeat. Carlos Alcaraz winning in 5 sets against Fabio Fognini as he targets a third straight tournament victory.
That's the intro music for the Gaza update.
Good to see a series of Israeli attacks.
Do you care about what's happening in Gaza?
Since dawn on Monday. One attack by the Israeli Navy targeted a seaside cafe, killing at least 39 people, including women and children. 15 other Palestinians were killed while waiting for food at an aid distribution center south of Gaza City. The Israeli military has issued forced evacuation threats for the northern part of the city, raising fears an intense assault is imminent. Khalid Mahmoud visited the scene of that attack on the cafe and sent this report.
We're walking literally through broken glasses, shattered tables and chairs. What used to be once a very active hub for journalists and activists and ordinary Palestinians who come to this place, escaping the heat of the tents surrounding this area. This place is the heart of a displacement site where thousands of Palestinians have been pushed into internal forced displacement. They find this place as not only a source of leisure next to the beach, but also a source of internet connection and electricity. A group of journalists and activists used to come to this place simply for this, to continue their work, to upload whatever they are working on. To just hear what this fighter jet bomb did, this huge purge that was done by the unpredictable fuel bomb. This bomb fell on this place without any pre-warning whatsoever, killing at least so far, based on a Shifa hospital medical forces. 24 people have been killed. That includes journalists, includes activists, and ordinary people who were here, ordinary Palestinians, including the children who were here at this site.
The Israeli occupation bombed this place with fighter jets. We found people torn apart. This place wasn't affiliated with anyone, no politics.
See, like, so a nation that targets journalists and activists is showing, like, really, like, it's fruit. It's like, judge it by its fruit, right? And even what it's using, fighter jets, where do you think those came from? Excuse me. Right? They don't allow free speech there, right? oh, you guys can't come here because we don't like what you say, what you report, who you interview, etc. Right? And then, you know, you got places that are trying to like make it a crime to say anything about one side or the other, like whichever they want. Like that ain't, oh, you said something about this group, you must be with them. Remember that? Remember when that former president said you're either with us or you're with the terrorists? So now you can't criticize them at all. You can't say anything about them at all, or else you're a terrorist, right? What kind of nonsense is that? You see what I mean? And that's the kind of programming, that's the kind of brainwashing that most people are under, and they're like, oh, I'm not gonna say, oh, this guy's starting to say things. Oh, I gotta get out of here. Can't be around. Oh, I can't be affiliated with it. Like, and even if they don't understand it consciously, it's playing out in the programming, in the deeper part of their person, right? Look at all those RVs. Is that the kind of park that people pay to go to, or is that where they live, or what? Would you stay there because you had other options, or would you stay there because you didn't have anywhere else to go? And the government says, oh, you can stay at this park for 6 months, then you got to move to another park. Really? That's like a law? See that? Is that really the kind of thing that they should be involved in?
And not military association whatsoever.
Excuse me.
It was packed with people, including children, for a birthday party.
The Israeli military is after easy means of life across the Gaza Strip, depriving Palestinians from enjoying a tiny bit of a quiet time, of calm, of peace of mind taken away from them as the genocide continues. The bloodstain is still everywhere. We're seeing shoes here everywhere. Arab shoes are thrown. Given the intensity of the explosion, blood stains on the table. Some of the bodies were collected from the floor of this place, wrapped in table sheet and taken to the hospital. Literally pieces of the flesh were collected from the ground of this place right after the explosion happened. This is unfortunately the daily routine of Palestinians living through the genocide, and they can't even enjoy a minute of peace of mind and a minute of tranquility. And Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, in Gaza City, Palestine.
Well, the Israeli army's repeatedly targeted hospitals, schools and food distribution sites, all targets prohibited by international law. Ibrahim Al-Khalili reports from Gaza City, where he witnessed the aftermath of another Israeli attack on a school.
I'm right now in Gaza's Al-Tufah, densely populated neighborhood in the eastern parts of the city, where the Israeli fighter jets targeted Yafa school, which used to shelter hundreds of displaced Palestinians. The scale of devastation inflicted to the school's buildings is unprecedented. We can clearly see displaced Palestinians are trying to get their belongings out from under the debris of Yafa school.
This school hosted more than 1,000 displaced Palestinians. Israeli forces have destroyed their houses and apartments. Elderly people, children and women got scared, and the Israelis hit the school after that. We don't know what to do or where to go. We've been let down by the entire world for more than 630 days. Death is with us and around us every day.
We were sleeping, and suddenly someone came and told us the Israelis would...
I don't know if you guys remember earlier I was talking about how there's these people that say a lot of words and don't really ever get to a point. You see that man they just interviewed? He used very few words and he nailed the point. Boom! You know what I mean? I pay very close attention to a young man like that, who's living that reality and who's testifying. You see what I mean? And what is it that they really want? They're not looking for world domination. They're not looking to take anything from anyone, but the enemy's claiming that they are trying to take something. How's it any different than here? The First Nation people were here. What if we came here and we're like, hey, you guys are trying to take our land? What? You mean the land where my father was born and my father's father was born and his father before him was born here? That's why I say that the Palal needs to remain the same. Yahuah bring vengeance upon the wicked and give chesed to the innocent. Now, I'm not saying that they have no crimes or they don't worshiping idols. I'm saying in that situation, in that dispute, in that conflict, they're the victim. Yahuah decide, right? The answer is actually obvious to anybody who can discern, but most people can't because they have like filter, like programming. And they take tremendous offense to you pointing that out to them. But there are so much things that are believed that are just not so. What can you do? What can you do, bro?
Parked at the school within 5 minutes. We immediately started to escape and left the school without any of our belongings. A few minutes later, there was a catastrophe. You can see what happened.
One of the eyewitnesses says the attack came at midnight, leaving displaced Palestinians with no place to go to. They ended up in the streets in the light of the ongoing Israeli military's continuation of attacks targeting several areas, targeting shelter schools, general infrastructure, and complete residential blocks.
The Israelis threatened Yafa school in Al-Shab neighborhood and forced us to leave. So then we went to Abd al-Fattah al-Nur shelter. Then they threatened to target that shelter. So we stayed in the streets, as you can see. That's our situation now.
Hundreds and even thousands of Palestinians are left with nowhere to go. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Millions.
The UN says thousands of infants across Gaza are at risk of dying as the territory is completely run out of...
We got some horses right here. Horsey, horsey, horsey. Hee, 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 hee. Oh, that one's just laying down in the dirt looking dead, bro. He ain't got no shade, no water, no nothing. That ain't looking very well. That ain't looking very well. Just put one tree right in the center of that thing and it will change it completely. Changed. Look at this white one right here. Oh, and white socks, the black one next to him. Oh, there, look at them.
Formula milk. Since March, Gaza has been under an Israeli blockade that includes a total ban on food, water, shelter and medical supplies. The Israeli military has repeatedly been accused by the UN of using starvation as a weapon of war. Tarek Abu Azum has this report.
Yeah, so what are they going to do about it? Nothing.
Gaza is facing what doctors are calling a silent catastrophe.
Excuse me.
A complete collapse in infant nutrition. Formula milk supply is unobtainable. Pharmacies are empty, and the few trucks that do enter Gaza carry none. With the starvation spreading, many women are eating only once a day, and sometimes not at all, leaving them physically unable to breastfeed their newborns.
She's crying now because she wants milk, but I can't breastfeed her. I can barely feed myself. There's no formula anywhere, and when it rarely appears, it's too expensive. I'm exhausted, truly exhausted.
In Nasser Hospital, in the southern city of Khan Yunis, the health of more than 580 premature and medically fragile infants is at risk. The last tens of medical-grade formula are gone.
I've been in Gaza for 4 weeks. In the hospital I've been working at, I've never seen any formula milk at all. No cow's milk even for the older children, no meat, no protein. So there is definitely a lack of formula milk in Gaza.
Scores of children have already died from malnutrition, but doctors warn the real crisis is still ahead. With formula milk banned from entering Gaza by Israeli authorities, families are left with no safe way to nourish their babies. In Gaza, mothers are doing everything to keep their babies alive, but their bodies are shutting down from hunger. With no food, no formula, and no safe alternative, they are watching their newborns suffering in their arms. Tariq Abazoun, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Palestine.
Well, as we mentioned, Israeli forces have killed 15 Palestinians near a food distribution site operated by the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. More than 580 people have been killed at such centres in just over a month. The Austrian foreign minister says the foundation is a reliable partner for distributing aid in Gaza. The GHF is a private organisation that's backed by the US and Israel and has replaced the UN as the main distributor of food in the Strip. Let's go to Noor Odo, who's in Jordan's capital, Amman. She's there, just to remind you, of course, because the Israeli government banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Noor, starting with the GHF, the Humanitarian Foundation, where hundreds of civilians have been shot dead. The Austrian foreign minister, as I mentioned, slammed the operator as not being a reliable partner. This, as the Israeli army says, it's reorganised or reorganising access to aid sites. What more do we know?
I mean, initially, even the reports in Israeli media that had accounts and testimony from Israeli soldiers, but being given orders to shoot at unarmed civilians seeking aid, knowing they are civilians and they are unarmed, were vehemently denied by the Israeli army. And GHF itself continues to deny and to issue what many have said were bloated reports of millions of meals distributed. The Austrian foreign minister basically joins a long list of officials and international organizations who have accused this mechanism that is only and exclusively backed by the US and Israel of being
for internet that's light years ahead.
Continue to justify backing this regime when all these world courts have deemed these things to be crimes, and now there are even reports coming out that they're receiving orders to do these crimes. This isn't even new information, really. So, I mean, you know, the veil is lifted. Like, there really is no room for the illusion to continue, but yet it does. So how is it not spiritual? It is. It is spiritual.
Nevertheless, is carrying out these further devastating operations in northern Gaza. How do we balance these two positions?
Well, it's impossible really to ascertain or pinpoint exactly what the Israeli Prime Minister intends to do. What we know is that he plans to meet the American president on Monday, and in the meantime he's kicking the can. So there have been several meetings of smaller and more inclusive kinds of the cabinet, of the security establishment, to discuss future steps. The right-wing coalition allies of Benjamin Netanyahu think that what is happening now is too complacent. Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Minister of National Security, has said that the Israeli government needs to take courageous decisions and to go all the way and to facilitate what he describes as voluntary immigration, which is code in Israeli right-wing circles for forced expulsion of the population. Balance that with the fact that Donald Trump is pushing for a ceasefire, for a deal that would release the captives and possibly end the war. And then there are the reports of maybe the normalization deals between Israel and some of its neighbors. Netanyahu's balancing all of that and waiting out for the Knesset to go into summer recess, waiting out the courts where he's being charged with multiple corruption charges to go into summer recess. So that's where we are right now, kicking the can until Netanyahu meets Trump, until maybe he has less things to worry about with the Knesset in recess and no way to take down the government.
Sounds like Netanyahu is trying to keep all options open to protect himself and, of course, his government. Noah, many thanks for that. Noah Ode there in Amman. The protest group Palestine Action says it's launched legal action against the UK government's intention to ban it under anti-terror laws. The ban needs parliamentary approval. If that happens, it would be the first time in Britain a direct action protest group had been outlawed under anti-terrorism laws. A group of rights activists, protest groups and politicians have called on Prime Minister Keir Starmer to halt the proscription of Palestine Action on free speech grounds. Also on Monday, the UK High Courts rejected a legal challenge aimed at stopping the country from supplying components for Israeli F-35 fighter jets. The British government continues to sell such parts to Israel, despite acknowledging that they could be used in ways that breach international humanitarian law in Gaza.
So, question, because I'm not aware. Who actually designed, engineered, and manufactured the F-35? Because I feel like elephant in the room here, right? The United States has F-14, F-15, F-16, and other F whatever, and stealth F this and that, right? It stands for fighter, right? So why are we over here talking about UK supplying parts for Israeli F-35s? That Israeli F-35s were designed, manufactured, and gifted from the United States. Dang it, bro. Like, right? Hello? What in the world? How many F-16s they got? Or have had? 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs that they dropped on Beirut. Where'd they come from? The United Kingdom?
Oh, so Milena Veselinovic has this moment.
Last year, the UK government suspended some arms export licenses to Israel because it assessed that Israel was not fully compliant with international humanitarian law. But it carved out an exemption for parts made for F-35 fighter jets. Now, those jets are made through an international program. Many countries make different components before it's all assembled together. 15% of each jet is made in the UK. But the UK argued that the components that this country makes go into a global shared supply chain, that it's not making them specifically or only for Israel.
Feel very convicted by this. Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II. What kind of thing are they on about right here? Seriously, dude. It's so bizarre. The Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II is a 5th generation single engine supersonic stealth fighter jet used by the Air Force, Marine Corps, and Navy. It is designed for air superiority and strike missions and has electronic warfare and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities. The F-35 is the world's only multi-role stealth fighter and is described as the most lethal survivable, I don't know that word, and connected fighter jet in existence. Bro, make it make sense, man. Make it make sense. All this group is suing this group for providing the parts for this thing, but they did a workaround because they said they could provide the parts only because, see, this plane is parts come from all over the world before they're being assembled together into the most lethal, sophisticated, supersonic stealth fighter in existence. From where? Lockheed Martin, United States of America, Army, no, not Army, Air Force, Marines, and Navy. Blown away, dude. How is it they could possibly get away with saying F-35 and not mention United States? But all these other countries, they make parts in it. Judgment at the most supreme level, and then ain't nothing stealth about it. Boy, boy, boy. That's something right there.
But also, if it stopped those exports, that would have a detrimental impact on its own allies in NATO, and even the UK government said on Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russia's invasion. Now, a Palestinian NGO based in the occupied West Bank challenged that through the courts here in the UK, saying that by knowing that F-35s do fly over the skies of Gaza, operated by the Israeli military, the UK was in breach of international law and even the Geneva Convention.
Absolutely they are, of course. What are you going to do about it? Okay, so this is Oregon. We just came into Oregon, Baruk Atah. And it means I don't need this anymore up here. It's fine. No big deal. Now I'm going to keep my eyes, because I don't know how Oregon is with their scales and all that. Should be signage pretty soon about it. There's a RV dealer, but it's not very large. So this is, I guess, your welcome to Oregon fruit land. Huh. Okay. Now you got this Oregon Trail thing with the wagon and the sun, forest to beautify. Massive chunk of concrete that's there. Hey man, I ain't singling out one place or another. This is actually about the hearts and minds of man, as in mankind, Adam. This is Eisenhower interstate system. Ontario, Oregon. Interesting. Not Canada, Oregon. up area, 1 mile. 448, 454, excuse me, for diesel. 454. Chain up area, 1 mile. Mal Hewer, Malhar River. Almost look more like a canal though right there. That's interesting. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get around this truck. So far we are at 2,112 miles, and our miles per gallon has recovered somewhat, up to 8.9. Baruk Yahuah. I believe we're going to be seeing some mountains though, and we're going to be seeing some decline in that arena. So I'm going to hang out here for a second because there's like a U-Haul pulling a car trailer on it, I should say. It's really dry here, huh? They probably have that type of rain shadow effect as well. It's like you have in Washington. It's like Western Washington is very wet compared to Eastern Washington, right? Yo, are you driving with your door open, or am I just tripping? It's got like one door. What the heck? It's a lift. Okay, a partial lift, I guess. Hey, look, here's another yellow crop dusting plane. Let's see what he does. It looks like he's a crop dusting plane. He's going west. Yeah, he's just going west. I don't know if he's gonna decrease altitude or bank or anything. Looks like he's just heading on out. I mean, I don't know if he took off from over here, but anyway, 369 miles to Portland. No information about way stations and whatnot yet, but I'm sure that's coming. It just still needs to stay focused on that. Most likely it's not a significant thing because I just hadn't heard anybody really talking about it for this state. But we shall see.
But that was rejected by UK courts today on Monday, with the judgment saying that Britain government acted lawfully, and also saying that it actually wasn't for the courts to make the decisions of these nature, which were complex and regard international foreign affairs, that was for the elected representatives of this country. Now, lawyers for the Palestinian NGO told us they will be pursuing other avenues to
How
challenge this.
convenient, right?
Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, London.
See, no one can say that they're not doing something about it because they're trying to do things about it. And they're having hearings, and they're bringing evidence, and they're having lawsuits, and they're doing this, and they're doing this, but they're doing nothing. It's like
Janine Walker, who's a coordinating lawyer at the Global Legal Action Network. She joins us live, also in London. Welcome to Al Jazeera, Janine. So you're part of the legal team representing Al-Haq, the Palestinian organisation that brought the case. This decision must be a huge disappointment. Will it be challenged?
Yes, that's right. It's not altogether surprising, but we did hope for better from the court. We are disappointed, but we see this as just one step. It is a setback, but we will continue the long journey for justice, and we're considering whether to appeal this judgment as we speak.
There are dozens of countries, NATO members and non-NATO members, who are part of this F-35 program, including the Netherlands. Last February, the Court of Appeal in The Hague ordered the Netherlands to cease all export and transit of F-35 fighter jet parts to Israel within 7 days. Why can that be done in the Netherlands, but not in the United Kingdom?
Yes, well, that's a very good question. We think that it can be done in the United Kingdom, and it's worth looking at what the court has done here. The court has said that Al-Haq's arguments that the government's F-35 carve-out was not consistent with international law are not justiciable. So the court has said it won't go near them. It's for Parliament to scrutinise them. And the courts have also, the second main reason they rejected the claim is that they showed a very high degree of deference to the government's reasoning that the F-35 carve-out was necessary to avoid critical impacts on international peace and security. So we're seeing a very peculiarly to the UK issues around the constitution and the separation of powers, and the court's unwillingness really to step up and hold the government to account.
So the judges essentially said that as this is a matter of national security or a sensitive nature, the Constitution says it's a matter for the government, which, as we know, is democratically accountable to Parliament and ultimately to the electorate. I mean, there's a danger here, isn't there, if we join the dots, that this could be damaging for the government come an election. There's political capital to lose here, given the weight of public opinion when it comes to Gaza at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. The court has sort of said quite clearly that the arena for scrutiny should be Parliament on the international law issues, and Parliament is obviously, as you say, elected by the public, and we know that public opinion is behind the Palestinian cause. We know that the public recognise what the UK government is refusing to, and that is that there is a genocide happening at the moment in Gaza.
What if you can help us understand something? Because the UK government suspended some export licenses for military equipment after concluding there was a risk Israel could be breaching international humanitarian law, but made an exemption for some parts for Lockheed Martin's F-35 stealth jets. I mean, does this go back to the nature of the contracts? How is it possible for some things to be excluded and not for others?
Yes, the government is saying that it's all because of how the supply chain for the F-35 part works. There's a memorandum of understanding between the countries. The US runs the supply chain and in fact owns the parts that are made in the UK as soon as they are made. The government sort of backtracked during the claim and didn't. At first it was suggesting it was impossible to track UK parts and prevent them from reaching Israel once they went into the supply chain, which we said was ridiculous. And then its position shifted and became that there were significant obstacles to doing that. So I
mean, how absurd to make such a claim. Like, you want to track firearms, hand pistols, and you're claiming that you can't track serialized, patented, I'm sure top secret, right? What if China wants to get their hands on it and just reverse engineer and produce that? You'll freaking lose your mind, right? This is unreal. The United States is not relieved of all responsibility because they're distributing these parts to all these different nations, and then they go ahead and turn around and resell, like redistribute it to someone else. No, that ain't how that works, dude. That ain't how that works. Tripping out that this truck sped up so much. I got over to get around him and he's like really. I'm just gonna ride this out a little bit and see how it goes. Somebody might show up and try to
dots and see that the relationship with the US, the Trump administration, prioritizing the contracts over the lives of Palestinian people is one of the key problems here.
So if we distill this conversation, Janine, essentially the British government is more beholden to supply chains, to Lockheed Martin, to its NATO obligations, to its United States manufacturers than it is potentially to international law.
Yes, and the paradoxical, ironic thing about this is that this government came to power last year and said it was the government of international law. It's led by a former human rights and international lawyer, and it says that it's keen to uphold its obligations, but we're not seeing that happen. On the one hand, they're saying that there's a clear risk that Israel will use these weapons to commit serious violations of international humanitarian law, but they're hiding behind that assessment as well. They're not going further. There's a really big difference between isolated incidents and some violations and systemic, ongoing attacks.
All right, Janine, it's been a very valuable conversation. Many thanks for joining us. Janine Walker, coordinating lawyer at Global Legal Action Network.
Thank you.
Punk rap duo Bob Vylan have had their US visas revoked after a protest against the genocide in Gaza, which they staged at the Glastonbury Music Festival.
See, if you're aligned with the Palestinians and you have anything critical to say of the United States government, then you must be one of these Bob Vylan fans. At which point, I'm pretty sure you should be in prison. No, I ain't got no affiliation with that group, and I ain't got nothing well to say about them whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy, these are some dry hills right here, boy. Dry hills. Look at all that out there, though.
To tour the US later in the year. The State Department says they're not welcome because of what it describes as a hateful tirade. British police say they're opening a criminal investigation into Bob Vylan and fellow performers from Ireland, Kneecap. Israeli forces have issued demolition orders for more than 100 buildings in the Tulkarem refugee camp, the occupied West Bank. Army bulldozers have already been demolishing hundreds of homes after Palestinians were ordered to leave. Thousands of people have been displaced. The new orders reportedly affect more than 350 apartments. A wave of demolitions have also targeted Jenin and the Nur Shams refugee camp.
So we're going down some descents here. I just switched on the exhaust brake. Currently at 65, may drop it down to 60. Let's see how she goes.
It's created problems for global and regional security because of double standards. Speaking to the French President Emmanuel Macron, Masoud Pezeshkian blamed the IAEA for the current crisis. Earlier, Tehran's foreign ministry also said the safety of IAEA inspectors couldn't be guaranteed because of the extent of the damage in the nuclear facilities.
Pop-up, see how loud it is? It's unreal. Haven't really heard the exhaust brake kick in yet at all. This is a pretty... Let's see what this is. So, super... water oasis looking thing. I don't know if that's a clean word. I'm sorry, it's not. Please let me know. I haven't looked into it. Water with these trees. It's very telling, right? Because if you take a dry, barren, almost dead-looking land, and then you put that water there, you get all this light. put these big, ugly windmill things up on the tops of all these mountains over here, which you may likely see soon. And I think we're going to also be coming down kind of close to some of this water. So, Shalum Yahuah. Oh, oops. We got to turn it on first.
Between Iran and the International Atomic Energy Agency the President and the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry, Ismail Baqai, both have directed serious accusations pressure from Israel, and as a result, the motivated. But here, Ismail Baqai, the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry, is referring to a specific report that was after the report having Israel at Iran. So that report was Iran is not transparent, is not cooperating enough. So now officials are accusing International Atomic Energy Agency of triggering war based on a false report. So,
very false.
With the also approved. Now, the damage process is still at the moment. Iran can take of international actors, and they think that transaction is possible only after Iran
warning. The UN says Europeans must brace from as 30 couples.
So way station coming up. Whoa. Not 20,000. So we are okie dokie. I don't know the scale ticket weight, but I can very confidently assure that it is not well below that, almost 500 pounds below that. It is open. There is a TA here, and the price for diesel is $4.49. Wait, what are these prices that you got? You know, there's all these different types of diesel too. It's still a lot of land. You know what I mean? For sure. You know what I'm saying? But I think that there would be some crazy government rock people with, charge a reasonable fee to come and secure let them. That'd be so cool. 2-speed. And we're entering the Pacific time zone.
Another summer, another heat record broken in Europe. Temperatures surpassed June records in Spain on Saturday, hitting 46 degrees Celsius in the southwest. In neighbouring Portugal, residents and tourists in Lisbon and countries across Europe are expecting record temperatures in the coming days. In France, have been placed on the orange heat alert.
We have to make the early activities and the evening activities. Because in the middle of the day we have another person and we have to look for a place to settle down and drink some water because it's hard to stay outside.
In London, temperatures rose 10 degrees of average for this time of year, making the hottest open day on record. Players are being allowed additional breaks. Fans shall sit and
so it's a bit what he's used to, and I'm standing over.
It's 50. It's a hot day. You're gonna lean out.
The extreme temperature are the results of high pressure over the continent known as the heat dome. These events are becoming more frequent and dangerous climate change. Scorching heat in the summer months is becoming the new normal. Freddie Akar, Al Jazeera.
You with Al Jazeera still ahead.
From us, steals people's health care, jacks up their electricity bill, takes away their jobs, all to pay tax billionaires.
US President Donald Trump's tax bill faces a stiff challenge in the Senate. Voting on amendments is now underway. And a streamlined path to the homeless people are being offered a fast-tracked new beginning. And in sport, find out how football teams are trying to beat the heat at the Club World Cup in the US.
pretty little bit of water right down there, and it is flowing pretty rapid pace too. I need to verify what the speed limit is through here. Okay, there it is. The phone is saying 55. Whatchamacallit sign right here is saying 65. Pretty rocks, both sides. Yeah, look at that. We actually only have 3.5 hours remaining, so hallelujah. Oh yeah.
You with Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. Israeli strikes have killed at least 85 Palestinians.
See, that went up like another 16 or something.
Was struck in a naval attack, killing at least 39 people, including women and children. And 15 were killed south of Gaza City while waiting for food at an aid distribution centre.
They're not telling us the total numbers.
Action says it's begun legal proceedings against the British government's intention to ban it under anti-terror laws. The UK's High Court also ruled the government's decision to continue exporting components for the F-35 fighter jet to Israel is legal. Iran's president has said the UN nuclear agency...
So what's up with these train cars? And also, why are these trees right here look all stripped like that? Why do they... What is up with that? See how they look? What's up with that? How do they get like that? Fire? Some kind of fire? I'm not seeing a lot of remnant of singeing and burning on the ground itself. Yeah, there's more of this same thing going on with these trains. I don't even know what kind of cars those are. They're interesting. Almost like some kind of skeleton of a car. Can you see that? It seems like there's a lot missing from, and they're all rusty and spray painted and jacked up, like I was saying, bro. Look at this, all this, it looks like a wasteland out here. Look at this crazy crap. There's cattle right there. An old school bus and some rusty, I guess, tank. Look at how rough this property right here looks. It's called Burnt River. Are you kidding me, bro? That's crazy. You saw those trees looking all burnt. It's 93 degrees here right now. Rye Valley. Interesting seeing these piles of like gravel and granite and stuff like that. I don't know what that's all about. So, definitely getting in rocks and elevation change and stuff.
The sea has created many problems for global and regional security because of double standards. The Foreign Ministry also said the safety of the agency's inspectors couldn't be guaranteed due to nuclear facilities being damaged in US and Israeli strikes. To the US now, where President Donald Trump is reportedly planning to attend the opening this week of a controversial temporary migrant detention center. It's being built in a subtropical wetland in Florida that's teeming with alligators. The proposed facility, dubbed Alligator Alcatraz, will be located in the Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, about 72 kilometers west of downtown Miami. Satellite images show construction's underway at the airfield, with tents, trailers, and other structures in place. It will hold up to 3,000 people. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has praised the idea of the facility. The department shared an AI-generated meme on X that showed alligators with US Immigration and Customs.
See that water down there? Sorry, the images, alligators in a row, wearing ice hats, black hats that say ICE in white letters, and then there's like a chain link fence with barbed wire and a guard tower behind. This is all burnt right here, but this looks almost like a controlled burn that they did right there. Dude, this truck, I thought he was smoking, but whatever he's hauling is dusty and going everywhere. So it says Lookout Mountain 1 mile. Why don't we shoot for that? Let's see what we get. I know it's kind of barren looking, but if there's some kind of overlook or something like with altitude and whatnot, it could be cool. I'm gonna keep that right there like that, leave that alone. I need to use the restroom anyway. Oh, there's a bunch of campers down here. Some little campground. It's called Lost Dutchman's Cold Mine or some such thing. I don't know. It seems pretty cool. Oh, so that's it. Lookout Mountain. I'm not going there, bro. That ain't giving me nothing. Nah, that ain't what I would call a lookout. Maybe there's, oh, you know what it is? You probably go up a road. Okay. Yeah, you go up Lookout Mountain Road and it winds all around. It's like a dirt road. It's going up the hill right here. I'm gonna let this keep going. I'm gonna keep my eyes open. Oh, looks like we're gonna get a tunnel. Or wait, that's a train tunnel. Yep, the train gonna cross under the road right here. Dude, how did it even get? Or wait, I'm confused. Okay, we're going over water. Yeah, that's definitely a train tunnel. The train track's running right through there, though. There it is. So I guess we'll probably climb up and then come back down the other side, something like that, right? Ooh-wee.
Customs enforcement hat sign earlier this week. Phil Lavelle has this from the Florida Everglades.
And there are alligators here. We've seen a few in the last few minutes, although 1 minute you see them, next you don't. And that is what is making this such an issue. So just to back up and explain where we are about an hour and a hal's drive west of Miami. We are, to all intents and purposes, in the middle of nowhere. Nothing ever happens here. And that is why, about 2 weeks ago, at that very remote airstrip a couple of kilometers to our west, people started to notice there was all this activity. There were these trucks, there were these lorries, there were these portable toilets. And we've seen them this morning, hundreds of them, going through, arriving as they construct this temporary detention center. There's going to be heavy duty.
Okay, so it's saying there's a rest area here, and it looks like it's a while before the next one. So I am going to jump off here. I don't know if I'm going to be getting an opportunity really to blast the ramps more, because we're just down in a little. There's not really much to this place at all. So I'm going to save the Shupar, and I'm just going to use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Alright, here we go again. That's one rough little spot there, to be honest with you. Oh no, what's this? Some kind of a tail car, oversized load. Dude, why are you not getting over? Why would you possibly not be getting over? What a freaking bunghole with this guy. That's a trip, bro. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I know the air's cranked right now, but just because the truck got really hot while I was out of it for just a couple minutes. It won't take long. It says it's 96. You got me, bro. Okay, we're going to get back to the Alcatraz story here in just a second. I was saying from the very beginning, like, if there really were people who were coming and thinking like, oh yeah, I'm just going to come and bring my whole family, everything's going to be great, and they're going to give us the world and this and that, like, just the simplest little bit of research would tell you, like, it's a issue that's divided right down the heart between one party and the other party, allegedly, the comms, whatever. And there's elections coming up, and everything could change. You're going to do all that? You know, and of course the other side will say, well, they have no choice because they're in this and that situation. Yeah, no, you got choices, bro. You always got choices. The problem is that you misled a lot of people, and you did it intentionally, and you did it by design, and then now you can go ahead and build yourself a little alligator prison camp and place them in there. If they were, you know, foolish enough to fall for your deception. Sad but true. Sad but true.
1,000 migrants temporarily. Now remember what's happening in this country, across the country, not just here in Florida. Undocumented migrants are being swooped up by agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. They're being taken into detention and then they're being deported. And the problem they've had is that there aren't enough facilities to hold these migrants. So Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, who is as Republican as they get, had the idea that they build this temporary structure on this disused air site. But here's the issue. Donald Trump has talked about Alcatraz being reopened. Remember, that is that infamous prison in the San Francisco Bay. It was known to be unbreakable because it was surrounded by water. He said he wanted to reopen that. What they're effectively doing now is they're billing this as Alligator Alcatraz because the Attorney General says they don't need to secure it too much. If any migrants try to flee between the pythons and the alligators and the natural wildlife, nobody's going to get very far. And remember, there is a huge number, not just of alligators, but also Burmese pythons. There are so many.
Whoa, sorry. Look at this over here. They're strip mining this mountain. Raping the earth to profit off it. And here's a really beautiful addition that man has made to Yahuah's mountain. And then you wonder if he's going to be upset. Yeah, he's upset, all right. This is called Cement Plant Road and Plano Road. And they got rail cars coming right in. Got a whole parking lot filled with employee vehicles. And there she blows. There she blows. Ash Grove. And if somebody really wants to do a deep dive and look into something, you can find patents on cement that have organic materials that comes from Adam in the patent. No one else can make this but us. It's our patent. It's exclusively, we profit off it. It has organic material in it. Yeah. Why would such a thing exist? Take a look at it. Look into it. See the horsies? Hey, horsies.
It's actually been deemed an invasive species here. So it's hugely controversial, and it is causing a lot of consternation for locals, but also those who say,
wow, I am so sorry. Are you kidding me? That is so loud. Unreal, dude. That was crazy. It's crazy loud.
spending on the military, including his Golden Dome.
He just like transitioned right away from the Alcatraz story to this. I didn't do that, but I saw it switch right on the screen. So apparently there's some environmentalist group that's wanting to protest the Alcatraz, the alligator Alcatraz, because there's some kind of species of some animal that is threatened. Whatever. And then now I think that, look at how hard hit this, look at how poor this community is right here. Bro, that's rough. That's rough right there. Okay. I don't know, it looks like they're going to talk about the debate on the big, beautiful bill or whatever.
Project to protect the United States. There's going to be more money for border security. He's going to
broken
put money,
down, out of business,
to the border wall, billions of dollars in that, even though at the moment he's saying no one's getting across the border. And of course, remember the promises: no tax on tips, no taxes on overtime. That's baked into this bill as well. But the problem many people have got is they think that it's going to explode the deficit. That's certainly something that concerns a number of Republicans. And the government's own budget office said that it could add $3 trillion to the US deficit over the next 10 years. And then there's the question of medical insurance. According to the same budget office, about 11 million people could lose their insurance coverage either through government and state programs, or they could lose the support they've been getting for their Obamacare programs. And that is unpalatable, not just to Democrats, but a lot of Republicans as well. Donald Trump is still convinced that he can get this on his table by the 4th of July, but he's got to do that. He's putting pressure on everyone to get this done as quickly as possible, which is why he spent the weekend in Washington making phone calls, going on social media, urging people to get this bill to his desk. But of course, if it gets through the Senate, it's got to go back to the House. And there could be problems there because there are many, many Republicans who are worried about adding to the deficit.
Law enforcement authorities in the northwestern US state of Idaho say a man accused of shooting 2 firefighters has been found dead. Police say emergency crews were ambushed just outside the city of Coeur d'Alene. One other firefighter was injured. Police believe the suspect deliberately lit the blaze to lure the fighters to the scene. They described the incident as a total ambush.
Wait, what? Oh my gosh, if they say that this guy lit a truck and a mobile home on fire, I think I'm gonna like... My gosh, dude, are you serious? I don't remember the name of the town where I was because I was so overwhelmed with all the other things that were happening yesterday.
The Thai government's launched a new system aimed at fast-tracking citizenship.
That's it? That's the story? Alright, hold up. Thanks a lot, bro. Idaho fire. News. Gunman started Idaho blaze. Excuse me.
approximately 1:21 this afternoon, we received a phone call that there was a fire on the backside or east side of Canfield Mountain. Fire assets responded to the scene, and at approximately 2 o'clock, firefighters broadcast that they were being shot at on Canfield Mountain. So we had about 300 law enforcement officers that were on scene that were trying to make heads and tails out of what was occurring. And during this time, we exchanged gunfire with the suspect. We honed in on that cell phone, and we saw that there was a male, appeared to be deceased, with a weapon nearby. So we have currently one dead shooter. Keep in mind we have a fire that was rapidly, it was approaching the body, so we had to scoop up that body. And we believe that is the only shooter that was on that mountain at that time. We do believe that the suspect started the fire, and we do believe that it was an ambush and it was intentional. We did lose a Coeur d'Alene firefighter, and we did lose a firefighter from the Cooney County Fire and Rescue. We have another firefighter that just came out of surgery. He is fighting for his life, but he's in stable condition.
Wow. Well, I mean, like, I don't...
Hi, I'm Daniel. That guy behind me trying desperately to arm wrestle the bartender is drunk me. We call him Danny. He's loud.
Oh my gosh, that's enough. Well, I don't know if that's related or not. It doesn't seem like it. That was like shocking, bro. Hooey.
For almost 500,000 stateless people, the streamlined process is expected to reduce the waiting time from at least a year to 5 days. But as Tony Chang reports from May's side, the new procedure is creating challenges for many applicants.
For some, this is a process that's taken years. For others, it's taken decades. But now the Thai government has promised to process applications for stateless people in just 5 days. In Mae Sai, on the northern border with Myanmar, the district office is packed. People from the different ethnic tribes that have lived along the border for centuries, or just those that fled fighting years ago. Hom was born and raised in Thailand, but she never had proper papers.
It would be a really good thing if I can get it, so that I can travel, I can get health care, and I can buy a house.
Others are a bit more cynical.
I've prepared.
Sorry, I know it's kind of a little late, but if you caught the name of the town where they had the firefighters ambushed and shot, and you can look and see if it's anywhere near I-15 or if there was a truck or a mobile home involved in the fire, please leave a comment and let me know. All right. Thank you.
Everything, even the photos for my citizenship application. But I'm old. I might well die before I get it.
The announcement was made unexpectedly by the PM in a social media post over the weekend. Although her party promised to fix the problem, the speed with which they're saying they'll do it is new. Local government officers are trying hard to keep up.
This process used to take 270 days, but now we are confident we can do it in 5 days, because the ministry has given us more support, as long as the paperwork is all in order.
In 2018, when 12 boys and their football coach were trapped in a cave in the Mae Sai, it emerged that 4 in the group were stateless. Embarrassed, the Thai government quickly gave them citizenship after their rescue. But around the country, 480,000 people are still waiting for that right. Freedom of movement is another basic right. Many of these people have been denied.
This is the border with Myanmar, and most stateless people can get across here. But they can't go to any other province in Thailand. They certainly can't go overseas.
For many, getting the right documents is a huge challenge. Residency documents, even birth certificates, are rare in some of the remote areas along the border. But even if it takes longer than 5 days, they're determined they'll no longer be second-class citizens in their own homes. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Mesai, Northern Thailand.
Kanavi Soebsang is a Thai opposition member of parliament who's worked with the UNHCR in refugee camps in his home country and abroad. He says statelessness is a long-running issue in Thailand.
In Thailand, we have like many groups of stateless group of people. So the one that we're talking about is actually the one that the Thai government, along the previous Thai government, they did the evaluation, they did the registration, but not yet granted them the naturalization or the citizenship. That's why for this time, so the current government, they try to complete the first group for almost 500,000 people first. However, in Thailand, if you can say, now we have more than almost 1 million people that become categorized as the stateless. So the issue, the reason for the Thai government to have its resolution, the cabinet has its resolution because they want to complete this long overdue task that been long pending. My great concern about other groups. The other group that they came here also after 51 years ago, they came here without the paperwork. They stay in the mountainous area. They didn't have any chance to do the registration from the previous governments. And also, they cannot identify themselves because they did not have any birth registration. They don't have birth certificates. No one can ratify them that they are here in Thailand. If we do not have anything to cover them, to provide them protection, so they will be more vulnerable.
In other news, the World Food Programme says a critical funding shortage is putting the health and welfare of millions of refugees from Sudan at risk. Around 4 million have fled to neighbouring countries to escape fighting between the army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. The conflict's been going on for 2 years.
This is actually, I've seen reported over 5 million displaced people. That's a lot. That's a lot of people getting forced into situations. Unreal, dude. Where they have no home, no source of food, nothing, right? Forcibly displaced by some kind of chaos, like I talked about earlier. They just create the chaos, they allow the chaos to go, right? Some kind of power vacuum, some civil war, some corruption, sometimes around trafficking or narcotics or arms.
Program officials say more than $200 million is needed to support the emergency response for the next 6 months alone, and at least $500,000 is required for operations inside Sudan. Well, the UN's WFP, World Food Programme, is helping 7 African countries provide food, shelter and aid for a growing number of people fleeing violence on the continent, including those from Sudan. Chad is hosting 1.4 million refugees. Many Sudanese arrive there during earlier conflicts, and at least 1,000 cross the border each day. The World Food Programme says Uganda is home to 1.9 million refugees. 81,000 of them are from Sudan. More than 1 million refugees are in South Sudan, including 365,000 Sudanese, and 1.5 million people from Sudan are living in Egypt. Other host countries include Central African Republic, Libya, and Ethiopia. Sean Hughes is the WFP's emergency coordinator for the Sudan regional crisis. He says with no sign of the conflict ending and insufficient funding, feeding the refugees will become ever more challenging.
The conflict in Sudan now, after more than 2 years, is driving the world's largest humanitarian crisis internal to Sudan. Over 10 million people have fled their homes. More than 28 million people are acutely food insecure. Several areas have been confirmed as actually experiencing famine. But as you noted, it's also driving a regional crisis with 4 million people actually having fled across borders. Now, many of these people, they arrive having fled from terrible conditions in very unsafe areas, including in Darfur and in the southern Kordofan states. They can arrive in conditions of malnutrition, and they're arriving to countries and to circumstances where there is already a very high prevalence of poverty and hunger. So WFP is on the ground with partners in all of those countries, providing emergency food and nutrition assistance, but increasingly we're not receiving the resources that we need to keep up with the growing scale of this crisis.
One of Hong Kong's last pro-democracy political parties is disbanding due to political pressure. The announcement by the League of Social Democrats comes 5 years after a new national security law triggered a crackdown on opposition groups. Patrick Fox been speaking to people in Hong Kong about how life has changed.
Images of violence during Hong Kong's key social movements were front and centre at an exhibition commemorating a national security milestone. In a time tunnel, the words "Never Forget." A slogan elsewhere calls national security the bedrock of China's rejuvenation. Beijing imposed a national security legislation outlawing secession, subversion, terrorism and foreign interference on Hong Kong following widespread anti-government protests. 5 years on, authorities are pulling out the stops to celebrate its enactment and, as they see it, bringing stability to the city. This cartoon, released to mark the anniversary, reminds people to stay vigilant.
I think this is brainwashing.
Carmen Lau is a former district councillor elected during the 2019 protests who was forced to resign and subsequently fled to the UK. She says national security is being stretched to cover all corners of society. Earlier this month, authorities invoked the legislation to ban a video game. They say Reversed Front Bonfire advocates armed revolution and warn people not to download the title. Recently, the Hong Kong government also said that it would step up screening of restaurants and other entertainment businesses for potential national security violations. Offenders risk losing their licenses to operate. Exiled campaigners have also come under increasing pressure. Carmen Lau is among several such activists who've had million Hong Kong dollar bounties with about $130,000 placed on their heads. She says her relatives in Hong Kong and neighbours in the UK have faced harassment.
The government's trying to restore its reputation in the international community by signing.
What the heck? My Shah was telling me about the place that she found or something, and like John Day, and that's Day, and apparently like their thing here. I just saw a sign saying John Day over here, but we're kind of like in the middle of. I don't think this is where she was referring to when she sent me the boat ramp 7 South Geyser Grand Hotel, Baker City Center, Historic District, State Police. I don't know. Sure is wild. H-E-L-L-S Canyon. Oregon Trail Interpretive Center, H-E-L-L-S Canyon. Leaving Baker City. Excuse me. Just take a quick look at the log and see when I need to do my 30-minute break. Excuse me. 4 hours until I would have to take it. 3 hours until I'm getting to my destination. So I'm gonna wait. Start to feel a little like you feel the effects of the caffeine. You haven't eaten anything, but you know that there's a lot involved in like getting the food. So just make a judgment call. I don't have. If I had the chicken salad or the jerky, I'd just grab some of that. But I've kind of used that up, so not kind of. I have used it up. Soon I shall have more. I'm willing. Baruk Atah. There's a large bird soaring high above right there. I don't know if you got on the camera. Baker City Airport.
Their people from within.
Tightened control and the targeting of dissenters comes as the rivalry between Washington and Beijing intensifies. The US and UK have hit out at China over Hong Kong and say it's destroyed the city's constitutional order and autonomy. Some experts say the criticism may be encouraging the government to take a harder line.
It has damaged these things, that's for sure. And our institutions, political institutions, judicial institutions, have less autonomy now than they had before the national security law. That's true. But the criticism seems to go way beyond that.
Few argue against the dramatic changes Hong Kong has undergone since national security legislation was introduced here. What's not clear is how many more changes are to come. Patrick Fogg, Al Jazeera, Hong Kong.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. In sport, the women's world #1 has been in action on day.
I'm trying not to form too early of an opinion of Oregon, but it's rough so far. I mean, already this area is quite a bit different than what we went through, which felt very much like Tombstone-ish. Very dry, very barren, very deserted. You know, rusted out vehicles and broken down campers, and one wealthy landowner scattered here and there. You know, we got a lot more green vegetation visible here. This is actually a very interesting mountain range, and I'm pretty sure if we get on the other side of it, it's going to be very lush and green. So just try to be patient. We're going to get up over at some point. I don't know what's going on over here, but it almost looks like it could be another type of strip mining operation right there along the side of that hill. And then these look like they could be hay bales. I got to get a little closer to be able to really tell, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is. There's a bunch of cattle over here. Baldock slow. Baldock slough. I don't know. What's a slough? Not sure. Yeah, that's hay. Hi. Disassembled irrigation system, probably no longer being used. I don't know. Take that back. I said strip mining. That is all like some kind of livestock just piled on top of itself. Wow. Dang, bro, for real. Very frustrating.
Of Izmir.
Turkey, eh?
Fire and fear. Unwelcome visitors this summer to one of Turkey's most scenic regions. High winds and dry conditions are driving wildfires across western Turkey's Aegean region, forcing people to flee their homes.
There are lots of houses. There is a summer camp. The forest goes all the way there. I thought it will not cross the road, but it did. The wind is extremely strong.
Firefighters are trying to control the blazes from the air and land, but the weather is making it harder.
Because of the heavy wind and dry weather, the fire quickly moved towards the Menderes district due to the direction of the wind, and it is not under control. Our teams are working on the ground. The wind gusts are between 70 to 100 kilometers per hour, so our air units are not operating.
Smoke has reached the nearby city of Izmir and forced the closure of its international airport on Sunday for several hours. Delayed flights disrupted holidaymakers' plans. But residents of the region face an even greater disruption and uncertainty as the flames spread. Wilson Dysart, Al Jazeera.
Okay, it's time for sport now. Here's Sandra.
Yeah. It's like an old western up there, ain't it? It's wild, bro. You see some guy slumped over a horse coming over the hill, and he's like on on the verge of heat stroke or something, and he just came across a vast desert wasteland. There's some cattle right over there. Resilient. Really, very resilient. Look at them. Ain't no shade. I don't think they got water. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they got like some kind of little pump thing right in the center there. I saw some white plastic looking something. Somebody's got like a sprinkler thing going over here. Right there. Now see how green all that is? So, you know, where are they getting the water from? Is it pumping it out of is it a well or what? And if so, then that could be done lots of places, right? Left shoulder closed. More construction. Saying it's 89 degrees. Okay, here goes a bunch of cattle right here. And you can see, like, they got free range, they got plenty of grass to eat and lying down. There's a watering hole right here. They come get a drink whenever they want. Well done. That would feed a lot of folks, you know what I'm saying? Several houses of people for a long time. You know, it's sustainable because it replicates, right? They reproduce. It's not some pie in the sky, unattainable thing. Yashar'Al were herdsmen, and they were able to sustain themselves in the wilderness for a very long time. They would still, if they hadn't been disobedient. Hey, I think that's my baby. Check this out and see. I did not hear any notification. I wonder what's up with that. Hi, baby. I love you. I don't know why I did not hear a notification for your message, but I did look down and see it. I'm making my way. Making my way. Parallel, halfway between the equator and the North Pole. Look at that, like lone tree out there in that field. North Powder Union. Okay. Wolf Circle Lane coming up. When I do get home, I intend on uploading a lot of content to the channel, and anybody who can hear the sound of my voice, please know that I've really tried to do uploads this entire time that I've been out, this entire lap, you know. It's difficult. Even places that have internet don't give you upload speeds. And like last night I plugged the Razor into the Jackery so it would be powered all night no matter what, and I tried to upload and I had 5G, and usually that'll get her done. It just might take, you know, 8 hours to do a video or whatever, but this thing was at 11% and I just had to cancel it. I understand that these are like really big files, really long and all that, so it's more to it, and that's why I didn't get that one that got lost and became corrupted. I might be able to recover it. I don't know. Only Abba knows. But yeah, totally different idea to just capture the view out the window and compare and contrast scripture to the doctrines of the world and point out false things and try to share truths and esteem Yahuwah. So yeah, thank you for coming by. If you do leave a comment, send an email, share, you know, like they say, right? Like, share, subscribe. Let's try to spread the word. I'd love for there to become opportunities to have more in-depth dialogues and get topics and things to discuss. So way out here, I see what looks like a land spout or a whirlwind of some sort. I don't know if it's going to show up on the video. It's way out there. I'm going to try and call it out when I see it through the window, because I was looking at it through the windshield. Almost. It's probably on the camera by now. Right there. There it is, right in front of those silver things. But it's not touching the ground anymore, so it kind of went up into the air. But I think that's what that is. I think that was some kind of a little land spout. Yep, see it? Yeah. Kind of looks like it's actually still rotating. Out here trying to hold it down, you know what I'm saying? I'd love to be able to talk to them, especially if there's some older folks with wisdom, been around for a while, can talk about how it's been for their family, you know, 50s, 40s, 30s. Maybe they can bear witness what's happened since the 80s and the 90s and so on. Got a red tractor out here running some kind of plow or something on the ground, kicking up some dust. I don't know that any of it will start to swirl, but working the land best best way they know how, I guess. There they go, right there. Clover Circle, exit 278. Exit 278 off of I-84. And I think we're going to start climbing up and out of here. And I'm really curious to know when we're going to make our shift to the west and start hitting some mountains, because I feel like that's coming probably within the next 30 minutes or so. We might be surrounded by pine trees. Baruk Atah. Some difficult lands over here though, with the mountains keeping the moisture on the other side.
At least 39 people we report from the scene.
Look at this one. Look at this spread right here. Rough.
The intensity of the explosion. Blood stains on the table. Some of the bodies were collected from the floor of this place, wrapped in table sheet and taken to the hospital.
You got, you know, a lot of repeats happening right now, but I feel like there's going to be some new news soon. I could go to the White House press secretary briefing, whatever. I struggle to listen to that. Like, that guy drives me nuts. So, I don't know about that, you know. Let's see what we get with the change in the scenery and whatnot. I already see a big rig up here with his flashers on, so this hill is going to get pretty rough for the big boys. Like a dump truck trying to pass him, so now everybody's hitting their brakes. He should get over quickly, and these cars shouldn't. I shouldn't need to press my brakes. I don't want to. Not while I have momentum going up a hill, but look. Too bad, because you can't always get what you want. Now they're going fast. Missed it by like, what, a couple seconds. Favorite, but I like it. And then look at the cattle coming up right here. See the rocks up on the hill, and then there's some trees up high. I'm gonna start seeing more of those evergreen type trees, I think. So actually my fuel is almost down to 1/8 on the main tank. So I'm gonna start pumping in some fuel. Let's pause this. Let me get a timer going. probably be up around 4/8 or 5/8. Sorry, we'll see. There's a bunch of cattle over here. It's all black Angus. There's probably, I don't know, 40 or so there. This would be sweet if the traffic stays like it is, because then I won't have to really adjust my speed much. Behind me, big dump truck coming up like he wants to push through me. I'm in the slow lane and I'm thinking, bro, some great ability to like stop yourself if you need to, you know, because it's picking up right through here. Just like that, it starts to become more visually attractive and appealing. Like there's more things to look at. There's more trees. There's rocks. There's you know, hills and valleys and even the trees. Although a lot of these trees look like they're deprived from the inside out. So here's another valley that opens up. Very interesting. Definitely not where I would want to stop and open up and cook and do all those things. So we'll keep it moving because there's gonna be a lot more Yapa or beauty-filled stuff up ahead. This guy's got some livestock out here with the hay bales and some farm equipment and whatnot. Excuse me. Choosing to stay behind me. I'm not sure how long that's going to last. Did my little leak test. Yeah, I ran the pump for like 20 minutes in the parking lot, not a single drop. I also opened the lid to the fuel and was listening, and you can hear it pouring in. It actually sounds like it was going in at a pretty rapid pace. So if 20 minutes and, well, that's kind of funny, 20 gallons about the gravity system, that you can just turn the valve, and I wonder about that. Like, could I just wait until I get down to like a quarter, and then just open that guy up and just keep on driving it, let it trickle, fill as I go. Yeah, this area looks hit hard, bro. Grande Loves Company, it says. Some kind of water treatment facility right there. Crazy. Smell the caca. Nasty. So there's a Flying J over here. I'm gonna try to scout it out. I don't really think I'll be coming through this way that much. Truck that is literally all over the road. I'm serious. And this little Saturn behind it, it's like a wagon, like a green wagon. I did see like this, I don't know, multicolored hair driver. Barely caught a glimpse of that, but they were like backing off because they were going to pass. So let me see what I want to do. This for a second. I think I might go ahead and go for an accelerated pass on this one just to be safe. Although this car right here is making it a bit unpredictable. Maybe he'll exit right here. That would be awesome. I'm gonna let him exit. Protect me from these. Just literally like dangerous folks, bro. Like dangerous. He's not getting off. She don't know what she's gonna do either. Okay, great. Here comes a truck to merge on. This is crazy. I'm deciding to accelerate and try to get clear of the hazard that it is. surprised if it comes back up. When I see something like that, I watch out for that. I continue to watch out for that one. All right, here we go. We're going up. So the trailer, or the tractor trailer that's ahead of me, is hauling three trailers in. It looks like a UPS truck. So most likely going to end up dropping speed, significantly within a few miles, maybe a mile and a half. Love the rocks. See the rocks? It's got like a banner on the back that says long. There's a red light for the railroad that's also running right along the other side of this truck. He probably wants to try to keep whatever momentum and stuff like that he has right now. And I don't blame him. Nobody else is coming up behind us, so that's well. It's getting more and more pretty over here, in my opinion. Historic Arch Bridge viewpoint, exit 257, which is literally like this one right here. I don't know about that. Definitely getting more and more pretty up in here. Grande, Mississippi. It's right on this side, and it's really actually pretty. That was silly what I just said. Grande, in Oregon River. That's enough of that. Alright. And back up we go. Pendleton, Portland. We still have the railroad on that side. We got the river. It is a flowing right here. And dropping off on some rocks here and there. You see like just a little bit of the white. It's a gorgeous thing. Bukaya. It would be Bukaya. Buakaya. Something like that. Which is something of Yahuah, right? Imagine being this trucker right here that's hauling this oversized load half trucker past another trucker. alive.
A crowded cafe was struck including these 39 people, including women and children. And 50 walking out of the city. The protest group Palestine Action says has begun legal proceedings against the British government's intention to ban it under anti-terror laws. The UK's High Court has also ruled the government's decision to continue for the F-35 fighter jet to Israel is legal. Now, Qatar's foreign ministry spokesman says the ceasefire between Iran and Israel has opened a window for renewed talks on Gaza. Qatar has been a key mediator between Israel and Hamas during talks on a possible ceasefire in Gaza.
Well, well, that's done.
Both parties again coming back to it.
Hasn't accomplished anything.
As I said, the momentum has just changed. We won't hold our breath for this to happen today and tomorrow, but we believe that the elements are in place to push forward to some talks. We don't have any.
I'm going to be looking for a place to stop to sound the Rams horn. I only have 2 hours, so I'm probably going to wait on the cooking. But I am interested in finding a place that has like the acoustical carrying and all that. This kind of a place would actually probably be okay. It's just that it's very uphill.
It will hold up to about 3,000 people. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland
They're still talking about that stupid alligator thing. I'm pretty sure it's going to turn into a thing, and then DeSantis is going to be temporary. Come on, bro. They're going to be putting folks in there that they deem to be a threat. That's the bottom line. It's based on their own subjective standards, and they'll manufacture the evidence if they have to, no problem. Been doing it for thousands of years. Umatilla County, is that what that said? I don't know if it'll be clear when we're at like kind of like a top of this, but I'm gonna try to look for something like that. I think kind of a top. I'm already seeing that we have some kind of like, right? No, it was not really down. It's slight down on a turn. So here we go. I love this, and may you enjoy the view. Look at all the pine trees going by. Try to look down and see if you can see the bottoms, and then when we get up here and we start to turn to the left, we may even get a view, an overlook type like that to go through the trees, you know? Like out there. Like right out there. Kind of see it. Hallelujah. How about right here, right here, right here? What do you got? Oh, yeah. A few more layers of trees. So this is Summit Blue Mountains, 4,193 it said for elevation, which to me kind of makes me think that we might have just looking ahead, the road goes straight for a while, it goes down, and then it kind of goes back up again. Trailer up here that we got to try to get around. Construction going on through here. So we got a Washington tag on. Definitely building something right there. That's crazy, dude. Overpass or something. Something to do with the railroad track. Whatever it is, it's not light work. Get in front of this big truck here. I can feel a bunch of people behind me because I've been in this lane for a bit. But he's really pushing and he's on a flat. He ain't gonna want to let me get past. I don't know. What the heck is this?
Lived along the border for centuries, just those that fled fighting years ago. Hom was born and raised in Thailand, but she never had proper papers.
มีหลายอย่างค่ะ It would be a really good thing if I
Actually, I don't know this. Emigrant Spring State Park, 1 mile. Emigrant? Emigrant? Hallelujah. Hava. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Yahusha. I feel like when we actually get on the west side of the peaks or the pass or whatever, any of this brown grass and whatnot will just be green. Oh, there's a scenic viewpoint over there, eh? See how it is. I don't know, I wonder, we might get a view up here.
One day. And countries across.
Oh yeah, the heat wave thing. So you'll see all these evergreen trees, and then you'll see like this, a couple that are just really brown. They look dead, bro. Like, like that one. Or those 3 or 4 right there, you know, they're like together. And all the other ones around it, not. 2'6" tunnel, dude. Scenic viewpoint this way? Wait, what? I don't want to get stuck in a place where I can't turn around. shout as loud as I can and blow that shofar as hard as I can. Just like feel it in my skull, you know, like a pain. But it's stimulating my room, stirring me up. Make it known to every creature. Hallelujah. All right. Is this person parking on the on-ramp, really? Going back, so it didn't look like that, but it was some kind of a low-lying area, other side of those trees. If that makes sense. First warning: 6 miles, 6% downgrade. Going to turn the exhaust brake on now in preparation. Way station brake test area, 3/4 of a mile. All trucks over 20,000 pounds. That is not me, but it's closed anyways, so I guess, okay, so we're going west, so that's like southwest over there. Oh, meant to plug this back in. My rear camera blacked out again. You know, just a thought, right? This jack is always hot, and so this is plugged in there, and it would stay on all the time unless I unplugged it, but it shuts off. So let's say they did wire it in with the kit to the fuse box, and it's always on, and it does that. How would that work? How would I refresh it? And I'm sorry if I said R-E-S-E-T. I didn't mean to. The sign had different speeds for different weights of different axles and things. Second warning: 6 miles downgrade, 6% down. So those little radio towers would probably represent the peak, right? We've seen them on tops of mountains oftentimes. So we're getting ready to go around this little turn, and then start going down. So we could be coming over the very, very peak of this, and where we enter into the west side of the mountain. down, right? Fun. What I see is a lot of dry land ahead of me. Like a whole valley of brown. That don't look so well. You can see right out there. All that. This viewpoint right lane. Excuse me. So there's a fire. There's two fires down yonder. You got a really high up view of them from here. It's almost a shame that I didn't know about this spot. I don't know if they have a place to take a leak, but that might have been a really amazing place. Yeah, there's like a little, almost like a little watchtower right there. There it goes. She just kicked in. Took a bit, bro. I can feel the exhaust brake and I can kind of hear it. She'll basically maintain this speed all the way down. Temperature, speedometer. What are you trying to say? Oh boy, that's funny. Dang, bro. That's Coca-Cola right there. Coca-Cola. Corporate office. Little white truck with a shell racing down the mountain, right? I don't know. I know I'm going slower than most folks probably want. I don't care. It's recommending 55 on the turns and the downgrade, and so that's what I have it at. That doesn't mean you turn around and go 80. It's cool because you can see them going back the other way down there, like where we're going to be in a little bit. We're going to make this turn, and we're going to make another turn, and work our way down to where they are. Oh, and then they're going back up over there. Right on. And I do see a land spout dust devil thing straight ahead of me. You're probably not going to be able to see it for quite a while, but you might get to because we go back. But there's basically a road going out here, and it goes straight out to water. And it's off to the right of that, which would be like the north. Back up that way. That's for folks going a completely different direction than us. Shalum Yahuah. Those aren't the mountains I was looking for. Everything's still totally dry here. I mean, totally dry. Crazy. Just how dry it is. Alright, girl, you can ship. Turn that off. So an hour and 30 minutes approximately remaining. Oh no, there's the fires over there. I don't think you can see. Oh, my ears just popped and it feels so much better. Whoa! Yahuah! I don't know, Milton. I'm not sure you should call it free water. I don't know where the water is around here. Walla Walla. It's got the Walla Walla. That's funny because it used to be this guy, right? Something Patriot Radio, something. Earlier years of the Q movement, and he said he was from Walla Walla. And he used to work with the Blue Angels. I forgot his name. Doesn't matter. Are you asking me out on a date? Tease my shop. She's like, hey, you want to do something free that's fun and Gold Bar tomorrow night? We haven't been out alone on a date since we left Florida. We went to the shooting range and we went out to get some food and stuff. But it's really just more like an inside joke. Because we know. And we're okay with that. Wherever we go, we all go together. That's how we roll. Well, I mean, what I'm saying, go out. Like, well, doesn't even make sense. Not like right now. When I'm working. I'm talking about when we go out somewhere. Or if we go running errands together, we're all together. Right? Actually, that's not even true. Because sometimes it's just them two, and sometimes it's just me and a boy. So. I don't know why she's not getting my message. Pendleton 4 exits. Are you a large community, Pendleton? Yeah, I guess you're a little bit. Boy, it sure is dry out here. Just funning with you, baby. What is it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. And I really just want to be able to maybe have something to eat together, you know, spend time together. That's the thing. My idea of fun is being with you. You know, my idea of fun is being with y'all. That's what I want. I want to be with you. That's hot. Phooey. 97 it says. She's funny. You're funny, baby. Mwah. So cute. Oh, it's like a rodeo thing. I was like, what is that? It's actually pretty cool, but I thought it was Tasmanian devil or something at first. Mighty fine night at the corrals. Youth open novice polls. Some barrel racing? All right, cool, great at free to watch. So what is it, like barrel racing? Is that what it is? Down to like 105 miles. Baruk Atah. I don't want to be stuck out here if somebody tries to come, but these guys are getting off and on and stuff like that. See, it says right there, John Day. I mean, I don't know. Is that my kin? I don't know. So much. I do know one thing. I want me some steak. That's what I want. I want some steak. And I want it. See, there goes that trailer thing again. See, straight there, you got one of those, what was I calling those before? The smokestack. Right? Did you see it? I've been calling them out when I see them because I see them all over, all the time. The little towns that got them. For what? Blue Mountain College. Station, what is that? There's a little RV yard right there. There's a Budweiser distribution center, I believe. All right, I'm going to pause this really quick and I'll be right back with you guys. All right, I'm back. Yeah, look at it, how dry everything is. It's really wild. This is absolutely just like how it was, or how it is in Washington. Okay, I see a bunch of dust over here to the right, and we could be looking at a land spout. Yeah, look at that. Oh, they're They're working. That's why they're kicking up all that dust. Look at all that dust. Woo! Look at all that dust. Is it swirling around? Is it going up in the air and making circles? I don't know. Well, it does say blowing dust area. I don't know. This area might have something. The Washington area that's supposedly the dust devil capital or of the world or the U.S. or some such thing. I don't know. This side over here, massive, huge field of dust, of a field of dead grass. Wow. Makes all these things new. There's going to be that dew in the dawning, and everything's going to be lush, just like before the fall. The whole Aratz is Adan, Garden of Adan, Eden. They call it falsely. Yep. Rough, bro. Woo-wee. Crosswind right here. Wow. Ugh. It's like it hits you.
Directly affected by the conflict. I'm Annalise Borges, and on this episode of The Stream, we discuss what maims and kills long after the guns are silenced. Joining us to discuss are Moshgan Sababi Isfahani, environmental toxicologist who has documented war-created environmental hazards in the Middle East, particularly in post-war Iraq. Alex Foley, the co-founder of the Accountability Archive, a web tool documenting Israel's assault on Gaza. He has also a PhD on molecular biology of health and disease. And Liz Darlison, a consultant nurse at University Hospitals of Leicester, specializing in asbestos-related health issues, and CEO of Mesothelioma UK. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you for being part of the stream today. Alex, how would you say wars kill long after the conflict itself is over?
Sure. So a number of ways. I think when we think about the long-term effects of war, we often think about PTSD, trauma, having lived through those experiences. PTSD is often thought of as just a psychological disorder, but it has many physiological impacts as well. So people with PTSD, the brain regions that are responsible for emotional regulation actually thin, and so that has all sorts of downstream effects on the person's psychology. When you're in a highly adrenalized state, when you're in that fight or flight state for a long period of time, when you're releasing cortisol, that stress hormone, that has negative impacts on the body, that can have effects such as, adrenal fatigue.
Over 60% of long-haul
Rude. Wait your turn. We got construction. Imagine that. Construction.
in the show, but Mojgan, you've published work on harmful health impacts of war-created pollution across the Middle East, and we'll talk more about your work in Iraq in just a moment. But how would you say what Alex has described just now relates and will relate to what's been happening in Gaza? What are some of your other observations in terms of the conflict, the war, the assault that is unfolding right now in front of our eyes?
We know that in the past year and 2 months, 100,000 tons of bombs have been dropped on Gaza. Gaza is a quarter of the size of London. 100,000 tons of bombs on a small area like that. And by the way, 100,000 tons of bombs is equivalent to several atomic bombs that the United States dropped on Hiroshima. So when we speak to this massive, incredibly unprecedented in an area the size of Gaza, we're talking about introducing not only asbestos, but also incredible amounts of toxic metals into that environment. We are introducing lead and mercury, which are neurotoxins. We're introducing all kinds of teratogens and carcinogens. And what I can see has been placed.
I think it's an aspect of this that a lot of people don't talk about or forget about or whatever. But make no mistake, the demonic entities are very interested in doing harm to the earth itself, to making it toxic and poisonous and unable to yield life and all that stuff. Because everything they do is the opposite of Abba. In Abba's creation, he has all kinds of things that filter and make it clean. He has brings life. You know? So they want to make unclean and bring death. It's very, very logically sound, you know? But these devices are designed, for that short-term impact, destruction, devastation, but also a long-lasting effect of destruction.
That does not allow for healthy reproduction. We have looked at this issue of reproduction in Iraq, in multiple cities, and I will talk about it when time comes. And what we do show is that metals like titanium, that's like tungsten, like lead and mercury and cadmium and chromium, they go up in the bodies of children who have been exposed to military pollution, including bombings and bullets, etc. So what this does is that it creates health issues in the children in the form of birth defects. If a pregnant mother, is exposed to all these toxins during her pregnancy, it will end up in the body of the fetus, and we will see increased risk of congenital anomalies or birth defects in that child. So what I see folding in Gaza in this genocide is that we are looking into the future where Gaza is not a good place for reproduction. And I might add that that is a war crime. If you inflict so much damage onto a place where it becomes impossible to have healthy children, you are committing a war crime.
You all mentioned asbestos, and Liz, you founded an organization to raise awareness about mesothelioma. We'll discuss more about this particular cancer, but first here's Nadine with the mineral that causes it, asbestos.
One of the many threats Palestinians in Gaza are facing is the environmental consequences of war. Israel's genocide has devastated large areas of land, causing damage that will take years to reverse. One of the biggest culprits is asbestos. The toxic mineral was once widely used in construction. When buildings are demolished, particles are released into the air. And when these are inhaled, they can cause severe health problems, including cancer. Asbestos was banned in Israel in 2011, but still exists in older buildings in Gaza. With 2/3 of the strip damaged or destroyed by Israeli bombardment, the UN warns asbestos may have contaminated about 800,000 tons of debris. And this is just one of the many pollutants caused by the war that's expected to leave long-term damage. Chemical substances like uranium from weapons and bombs linger in people's bodies, as was documented after the 2003 US invasion of Iraq. We now know these chemicals caused birth defects, reproductive issues, and various cancers. And a more devastating outcome is expected in Gaza, where Israel has dropped thousands of tons of bombs. The residual chemicals can also seep into the soil and water, with asbestos posing a threat to survivors of the war for decades to come.
Liz, the UK was the world's largest importer of asbestos. Much like the rest of the world, it has banned the mineral. And as we've been talking about here, in the 37 million tons of debris within Gaza, the UN estimates there are some 800,000 tons of asbestos in there, which means we're talking about children, the elderly, rescue workers, volunteers, everyone inhaling this all the time for the past 14 months.
Yeah.
First, how much asbestos is too much in terms of a health risk, and what are the consequences in the context of Gaza? We're talking about millions of people affected here.
Yeah, exactly that. So I think the first thing I should say is that, most of the world has not banned asbestos, but the UK did ban asbestos 25 years ago, and we have the highest incidence of asbestos-related deaths in the world. And, the reality is there's no safe level of exposure. And in the UK, we are seeing the demographics of patients changing. The people that are developing asbestos-related diseases now are people who have had very low levels of exposure, sadly. So these are doctors, nurses, teachers working in our schools and hospitals that, like many public buildings, are riddled with asbestos, and we have a manage in situ approach. So although we banned the imports and use of asbestos 25 years ago, many of our public buildings still contain it, and very low levels can lead to you developing mesothelioma, which is this particularly nasty cancer caused by exposure to asbestos. And there are no safe levels, and as one of my fellow panel members has said, often it can take 20, 30 years for that disease to manifest itself. And so, unfortunately, the devastation that we're seeing across our television screens that's happening in Gaza, and, let the people of Gaza know how much our heart breaks for all of them. But the tragedy is going to continue to unfold, I'm afraid. And, my fellow panel members have outlined some of the tragedies that are going to unfold, and asbestos-related disease is undoubtedly going to be one of those tragedies in the future.
It's just horrific to think about that, especially because we see so many children wandering around the debris. So, Alex, there is mesothelioma, but there's also other conditions that may arise. Can you talk to us about what else are the risks and the implications here of breathing in this dust?
Sure, yeah. So when I first started seeing these images coming out of Gaza of people coated, completely white with dust, the images that sprung to my mind were of 9/11 first responders. I think there's a very clear parallel there.
Yeah.
And when we often talk about asbestos-related diseases, we're talking about people with prolonged exposure, but these are people with acute one-time exposures, and they developed all sorts of diseases. I think one of the first deaths was a first responder who developed pulmonary fibrosis, which is a disease that relates not to cancer, but long-term scarring. The scar tissue develops around the lungs, making it more and more difficult for the patient.
Just a second. This guy here. Oh, that's scary stuff. They got a bunch of horses and metal cutouts in that overpass. Kind of weird to stop and think about it. We used to saddle up and ride horses, and we'd have these relationships with the horses, and I was like, how we get around and do all the things. Think about that, what's lost. Yeah, you love your car, and you're all into your car, and you buy things to accessorize your car and whatnot. Some people's identity is in their car, and I get all that too, but you don't have a connection like that with your car. I don't know, there's definitely more to that. like flirt with the truth of these things in those movies, like in Avatar. They take their hair and it interbraids with the, they ride on this creature and its hair, and there's a connect. It's like right there in your face. You can't see.
To breathe until eventually they can no longer breathe at all, and they die. There are other similar diseases like silicosis, which is caused by breathing in pulverized silica, pulverized concrete, and that also causes pulmonary scarring, results in death. Asbestos is a particularly bleak disease, as I'm sure your other panelists can tell you. Diseases related to asbestos are quite bleak. Mesothelioma has an 8% 5-year survival rate, I believe. It's quite dark. And asthma, all sorts of other cancers, cancers of the testes, cancers of the abdominal walls. Really, these toxins can cause a whole range of health conditions that I'm sure we won't be able to fully understand until it's decades down the line from now.
It is mind-blowing because it also speaks volumes about just how many more ways to kill there are, right? Apart from the bombs and how all the different ways of erasing a people, I guess. Moshgan, you've published work on harmful health impacts of war-grade pollution in the Middle East. First, can you tell us about your findings in Iraq?
Thank you. Yes, since 2011, we've been studying impacts of war contamination on multiple Iraqi cities, in Basra, in Baghdad, in Fallujah, in Hawija, and Nasiriyah. We have collected samples of children with birth defects, and they're...
Just look at the stuff that's back there in the background. I can't tell. It looks like they look like train engines, but like how much? 40? I don't even know, bro. That is wild looking. I wonder what happens if you kind of like zoom in on the video. Now this hill is very conveniently blocking the view of some other not so beauty-filled things. The creation, yeah, that is, but this stuff, it's not pretty at all.
Parents and where they live, and what we have shown significantly is that...
Oh, sorry, real quick. So look at all the cattle. If you get to see this RV, might block our view, I don't know, but they're all stacked up on mud, piled up on, like, it's not right, bro. Sorry. I always feel like I need to show that.
The closer a family lives to a U.S. military base, the higher the chances of that family having a child with birth defects, basically linking distance to a military base, which is a source of pollution in the Middle East. Places where the United States has military bases. In Iraq, I think the U.S. right now has over 500 military bases in different capacities. So that is one thing we have shown. We've also shown that metals like lead and mercury are extremely high in samples of children with birth defects when you compare it to children who are healthy. We have shown that the same metals are high in the bodies of the parents. So we have a wealth of knowledge about what has happened in Iraq. And my fear is that the bombing in Gaza has been much more intense than bombings in Iraq. And so I would expect to see a hell of a lot more damage to public health in Gaza compared to Iraq. In Iraq, we have shown that titanium cadmium, chromium, all of these are metals that are supported by a huge industry behind them that feeds into weapons manufacturing. It's important for us to recognize a lot of these metals are not normally found in high toxic levels in our environment. They appear when a place is barbarically bombed, like there was in Iraq and now there is in Gaza and in Syria. That is when we see these metals released into the environment, and people would inhale them, they would eat them in the food that they eat, and in multiple ways people get these metals into their bodies. Particularly sensitive are old people, young people, and women who are pregnant. When I see these images out of Gaza, I cannot help but to think what is happening in the bodies of hundreds and thousands of pregnant women in Gaza. What is happening, and I know it to be happening, is they're inhaling, they're eating, they are living in a place of highly toxic metal content, and these metals end up in her bloodstream and in her fetus, and it's impacting that fetus. So it is critical for us to stop this genocide.
And again, it's going to have an impact on generations to come. Just to give people a context on birth defects and the numbers of birth defects. Sorry, so sorry to interrupt you, just because the numbers of the birth defects that you have in your study are quite, in 1995, they're 1.37 per thousand births. 2003, that rises up to 23 per thousand births. So that is an enormous increase. And on that particular point of the metals, I just want to share the testimony of Dr. Mohammed Tahir, who volunteered in Gaza, and then get your reaction. Take a look.
The last case we just did was a young man who was the subject of an explosive injury. He had penetrating trauma to his chest. He had a paralyzed right arm. I suspected that he had a brachial plexus injury, but actually I was quite shocked when I found that a single cube-like structure had penetrated the skin, cut through what we call the upper trunk, and then also the lower trunk, and then lodged itself in the skin of his back. And this has left him with paralysis in his right arm, which probably will be permanent because of the nature of the condition, despite our best efforts. So these cubes that are used are perfectly formed cubes. They're made of tungsten, and they are built into weapons that actually are designed to explode and cause maximum damage indiscriminately.
Wolfgang, your reaction to this, you were nodding the whole way through.
What an interesting finding. We have found high levels of tungsten associated with increases in birth defects in Iraq, in Baghdad. This is our last article, which we published in 2024. And to see that this metal is causing so much damage, it's mind-boggling. And I want to restate that these metals are resilient. They do not break down to anything less toxic for decades. They are stable in the environment, and this is why we get more and more exposure as time goes by, because they continue to stay and they continue to pollute the environment that we're in. So it was a very interesting, I'm thankful to see it, because we show tungsten, which is a metal of war for sure. There is a huge industry, and we see it high in children's hair in Baghdad that has been target of U.S. bombings. And I am 100% sure if we do sampling in Gaza, we will see the same scenario in Gaza.
If and when.
This place, bro, it's like a wasteland out here. Look at all this rusted down, nasty dust bowl. This place. What's going on with this place? Look at this place, dude. Like, what is this, Iraq? What is this? This is something else. I feel like this place is forsaken and given over. I don't know, it makes me wonder what's going on here. You gonna let me come over here? What are you impressed so far with Oregon at all. Like, I know I haven't seen the whole thing, but add Portland to this and see how much I like it. Yeah. This place is wild. I'm just looking around like it's like a dead wasteland. Anything that ever was like alive or thriving or anything, it's just old and rusty and dilapidated. Say one thing of a Baruk Atah. She's like, oh, I wanted to double check. I heard you say this thing and I wanted to see what it meant. I'm like, oh, well, if you actually heard me, you hear all the other times that I say it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I do pull out that she hears some of that because she's a beauty. She's so pretty. So crazy. I love her so much. Can't wait to get back home to her. Maybe even by this tomorrow. I'm willing. I will be home. Hallelujah. Deliver me sweet and safely in your Qadashayam of Yasharal.
Scientists are allowed there to study the real consequences of this genocide. I also want to ask you, Morgan, the U.S. has such a massive military, the world's largest, and such a long religious history. In terms of number of interventions around the world, they're leaving behind much more than just destruction. Places, areas, in places where life, in the big sense of healthy life, is actually no longer possible.
No longer possible. Pockets of environments, in my opinion, have been rendered reproductively toxic, and it is. If there are possibilities studied, I think these would include Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, all these places that the United States has bombed throughout the past 20 years. And so I am...
The land of Sham? So, fallen trespassing. Yahuah hates trespassers. The sons of Nach entered into an agreement on the land, divided the land. The sons of Ham trespassed in Sham's land. That's the only reason why they named it Canaan. They named it that after that. It wasn't originally that. So the idea is, oh, we're not allowed to go to the place where it's neither hot nor cold, where the Garden of Eden was, the land of milk and honey, the promised land. We're not allowed to go there. Well, we're going to make it desolate. We're going to make it an uninhabitable. People will wag their finger at it. And you know what I mean? Yes, that's scripture. Look at all this stuff. What is all this stuff? It's ugly, bro. It really is. What is it? Interesting, like just compared to other places.
Extremely concerned about it, and what I hope people will take from this is that they should stop. They should go to their representatives, go to their city councils, go to their student governments, and ask them to pass resolutions against these kinds of massive bombardments and demand a cleanup. A cleanup is possible. True, 37 million tons of rubble, and it takes 14 years to clean it up. All of that is true, and it sounds very scary. However, if we as a population put pressure on the representatives, on our governments, we can clean it up.
Dude, look at this. What is this? Look at this. What is this? Ew, what? What is it? Bro. It even smells funny around here. What is that? Wow. I'm amazed at everything I'm seeing. It makes me feel so naive. I had no idea. What is all that? What's that place say? Are those French fries? What is that place? What? Lamb Weston? Did it say Lamb Weston? Port of Morrow? What the heck is that? Dude, no way. Is that water over there polluted? Sage Center. What is S-A-G-E? What is that? It's all capitalized like it's an acronym. There's another huge, some kind of factory. I don't know. It's got stuff on the roof like every 10 square feet. Some kind of big thing on the roof. Like, what the heck is that? What are these containers that could have like liquid gas or something in them? I don't know, bro. Oh
decontaminate the area of all these dreadful substances that are going to continue to maim and kill.
And hurt. Alex, in terms of justice and accountability going forward, who's to pay for this? Will there ever be reparation?
Well, that's the question. I mean, there's two parts of it, right? There's what should happen and there's what will likely happen. What should happen is that the ICJ should rule with South Africa Israel should be found liable for all of this death and quite possibly genocide, and they should be forced to pay for all of the harm caused, including the ongoing health effects that we will receive for decades and decades to come. What will happen? I don't know. Likely they will have to go out for a global humanitarian appeal, but that really limits what can be done. Humanitarian organizations are not allowed to rebuild, and so who will do that work? I think the point is that the Israelis do not want them to rebuild, likely. But I want to, I brought up the 9/11 responders earlier, and I think it's an interesting counterfactual because they were America's heroes. They were held up by Congress people, senators as the best of America, and what was done to them? They were left to rot after it was no longer politically useful to hold them up, and it took a protracted, decades-long battle for them to get their fund to exist into the future.
Imagine
what does that
Palestinians.
mean? Exactly. What does that mean for the people who've been forsaken by the world? How are they going to be able to pay for the treatments, the expensive treatments that will likely to go on long into the future? And it's important to note that this is all happening while there's a concerted effort to defund, to get rid of UNRWA. So what is going to be put in place of that? I don't know.
Unfortunately, we're out of time for this discussion. I want to thank Alex, Morshgan, and Liz. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for being part of the stream. And thank you all for tuning in. Stay in touch with us on social media. You can send us...
Dang, that's crazy. Dude, look at these trees, bro. What is up with these trees? You see that black bird? It's like kind of an ominous little picture. Is that water over there okay? I really don't even want to stop anywhere along here, dude. I'm not digging anything about this place. I mean, at all. It's crazy. This is so sad. I seriously, Bilal, that my spot ain't like this. I only got 56 miles to go. Looks gross all the way out there and all the way around there. This looks like some kind of documentary showing a Red Crescent ambulance driver responding to some calls or something. Its whole windshield's all busted out. It's chaos everywhere, all around the streets. So I thought this camper I was going to pass, but then they're like going really fast. Up here for a second so I can get ahead of this camper. Dude, like, what is all that? Look at that. What is that? I know I see the power lines. You probably can't even see it. Hold on, Brendan. There's metal racks on the ground going like bing, 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 boom, 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 every which way. What the heck are those? What are they even doing? See, look at here, you got this, you see those railroad tracks before the water? You're running across, running along with the road, going all along here, and then all of a sudden you get just one abandoned car, rusty, nasty. What in the got, what are they drilling? They're drilling or something. What's going on right there, bro? I don't know, man. This place looks like it's seriously into raping the earth to me. Seriously. Wow. I will make your land a byword, and I will cause the rains to cease upon your land, and your children will drink from the gall of the water. I think this place is cursed. I seriously do. On the other side of the water, there's a big train going down there. You see the big train going by yet? You're going to see it in a second. And there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8 or 9 spots on the mountain that have like some kind of green something growing, and the rest of it is like dead. Look at this land, bro. What is going on, family? Board man, I-84. This sure is crazy. there's something right there. Dude, you see the water down there? What's growing in the water? Is that algae? Maybe you are going to get to see these windmills. We're turning to the left pretty sharply. No, it's starting to go back the other way. So there's water coming up underneath us. Yeah, and it's all got, dude, it's, I'm sure that brings forth a lot of microorganisms and different types of little critters. But I don't know how that affects fish. There's no look at bueno. Blue Mountains Scenic Byway. I don't want to see any more of it if it looks like this. Just being honest. I'm sorry, don't take offense. Or maybe do. There they go. Mining all that. Strip mining. Stripping her. Sucking the life right out like vampires. Yep. Normally I might look down on a lake like that and say that it's Yapa. I think we might have to see man leave it alone for about 40 years for it to recover. Maybe I'm just wrong. Anyways, this top of this little thing right here is all completely covered with these windmills. Horrible. Just looking horrific. It's like looking at the side of that mountain over there covered in power lines, and then further down windmills, but not like here. They have a few, but not like they do right here. It really is something else. All right, 36 minutes. 36 minutes till I can take me one heck of a shower, man. So let me see, 20. We should put this on for 20 more minutes. So I can do some more pump. That they have a tree on their license plate. What trees? sure that there's other parts of Oregon that are Yapa. Tree. I see a tree. Oh, you're gonna get to see it too. It's coming up on your side. Children, when your daddy was a little boy, there used to be things in the ground. They were called trees. Look, take a picture. Trees, what do? They make oxygen and they house birds, and they bear things called fruit that you can eat as food. You mean we don't have to have soil and green packs? That's right, Jimmy. You can just pluck a peach right off the tree and eat it. You can eat it without having to run it through the sterilization radiator. I think it could be the Columbus River, and we could be coming up on a town called Roosevelt. And there's another pretty man-made structure with shipping containers all around it. Wow. Look how they make everything better. Oh boy. Road work. Talking about some road work, yeah. What a way to make living. Anybody out on this water? Like, do people go fishing here or boating or anything? It says right here, Fossil John Day. Why does everything say John Day? What is that? I don't get it. What the heck is that supposed to be? Very odd. Entering Arlington, duh. Sorry, whatever that's supposed to be. Oh, and that's that guy. Hey, that's that really friendly guy. Not. Place for people to park their boats, and it too looks, I don't know, bro, run down or something. I don't get it. laughing when she said about staying overnight and said, oh, like this place is known for grifters or something, and there's nowhere around the Dales, which is 50 miles away. Dude, I'm having serious second thoughts about staying anywhere near this. Abba will cover me and protect me, Baruk Yahuah. But I'm not trying to invite anything upon myself either. Unreal, dude. So that's 30 minutes. And let me check and see what I got. Oh, 2 hours. So I'd only have an extra hour and a half anyway. That doesn't leave a lot of choices. Babe, this place is really rough, like a dead man's wasteland, like a cursed, desolate land. It's insane. I just passed a rest area that was all graffitied. It didn't have any like building there. Like I would have zero desire to stop here at all. And it's been like this for a long time. And they're strip mining the earth, and there's just windmill farms all over the place, and it's disgusting. And I'm getting really concerned because my next stop is showing in like 30 minutes, and I'm wondering if the boat ramp place that you found, is it anything like this? I don't know if you've ever been here before, but it's unwell. Is the local time. 3:30 p.m. of course, since it's like literally daylight. Wow, bro. I don't know if anybody could really convince me that this place is not under judgment. And I'm pretty sure that when I get into any heavily populated area, I'm gonna see all kinds of wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash running around, having their way, field day, tons of vessels. They can just go from vessel to vessel. There's a massive train on the other side of this river. I guess it's a river. And it looks like it's just parked there. Is it even moving? It's not. It's not. Dude, if it is, it's going mega slow. What is going on with that? message, so oops, I did not mean to do that. Okay, I'm gonna see what she's saying and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Wow. Yeah, so and there's a train going that, they must have turned around because now it's going back that way. And then you got this one going right here, so it's got some double-decker, like every other one, but then no, okay, double, 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 single, double, 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 single, 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 double, 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 double. I don't understand the rhyme or reason of that. I have no idea what's up with that. This guy caught up to me and he's passing me. I'm going 70 miles an hour. driving a boat out here. Wow. 14 miles. Maybe around this corner, things will start really looking up. Maybe. But really all we're doing is getting closer and closer to the major city, right? There's a bird in that tree right down there. I saw a bird. It's actually been a while since I've seen a bird. I don't see magpie. Okay, there's a massive mountain in front of me, which is has snow all over it. I wonder which one it is. It's a massive mountain right in front of me. In my view. And I think if this road turns enough, you might even get to see it. It is pretty majestic. Like all those mountains, high and lifted up and adorned in snow, they are literally like majestic things, right? Look off into the distance and you might see it. Slow down right here. This, I don't like how this is. Oh boy. I hope you get to see it, family. I don't know. Might not have turned enough. Lee Page Park, John Day River. What? The Page? Wow. Okay, so it's gonna turn to the left again. Right after these fallen rocks, it says. Right after these fallen rocks. I don't feel like you're going to get the perspective that you need. No, you're not going to get it. I wonder if this guy's fishing. Catch anything out there, dude? So it's a dam. gosh, I just got my mind blown, dude. Oh my gosh. Look at this stupid car, just one little car sitting here. Rusted out, graffitied all over, just sitting. Is that literally what this is? Like, what? Are you serious? Yeah. Oh my gosh, it is. Well, I guess you get to see the other side of it where they let it spray out. Like, it's like, oh, John Day. Spraying out right there. Wow. I didn't realize. Okay, that's weird. Okay, I'm tripping out now because there's like some vegetation right here, some vegetation right here. Like you're holding up all the water over there, so wouldn't that be where the water is, the life is? But no, you stopped the water. You remember we were talking about the running water? Now like under the ground is where the running water is, and coming down off the mountain from the Shemayim is where the running water is. And they capture it all and put it in a tank and pour chemicals on it and make it dead and all that. 6 miles. Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway. $26-ton bridge weight limit. Yeah, I don't know about that. 26 tons? What is that? 52,000 pounds? Is that what that is? Why don't they just say that? I don't understand that. Anyway. 5.3 miles. They have a lot of issues with drug abuse. Right? What do you say? Portland is like somewhere like in the top 10 in the United States. Seattle's really unwell too. And of course, you know, New York, LA, Chicago, those kind of things. But maybe even like in a per capita sense, I don't know, I wonder about that. Like, what would be the top 10 per capita drug, let's just say, overdose, because it's really, it's difficult to track. Any of the other things. Oh dang, I sure do applaud that ain't what the place looks like though. My baby found for me, because there's RVs there. I don't want to go there. Look at that place. No offense, honey. I'm just talking out loud. I'm not saying that you would pick a place. Like, no, I'm not saying that. But I just have like a little bit of nervousness about the places that I'm going because of what I've been seeing. So there's all that green stuff in the water again. Like, is that like algae or what is that? Some people might think that that's a great sign of life, but it also could be indication of some kind of chemical problem, right? Oh boy, this is it. I'm coming up to my my thing, and then we'll look and see lush or nothing like that. But it's not really desolate either. What's crazy, abomination that causes desolation. So the abomination too is unclean things. You put unclean thing into your body that causes your body to become desolate or without life. Like that back there. Look at this, birds. There's actually like a pelican or something right there. Look at that. There's a bunch of birds now. Which is likely because there's fish. Wow. Really amazing. So there's a bridge up here that is 97, it looks like. Well, let's just see. Abinu Yahuwah, cover your servant Baruk, me, and this place, and the shower, and the fuel, and deliver from wicked Ruach Yahuah. There's more. They got like the refinery thing going on. So actually, when I go up this this on-ramp thing, off ramp, and then when I turn, you're gonna see the tip of this mountain. You're only gonna be able to see the very tip. Whatever, devil. See how you are. So I think you're gonna be able to see it, but you're gonna have to look through some kind of weird refinery or something first. So that's weird because my Shah was saying that they have a lot of issues with drugs in Wasco, and this is saying to turn left and go to Wasco. So this is literally like where I am. It's not really that much improved here at all. I am freaking weirded out in this place. This is similar to how I get when I get near Chicago. I almost make myself laugh if I didn't feel the reality of it, because it sounds crazy, but I'm telling you the truth. Now I don't even know if you're going to get to see the amazing mountain. If you don't see it now, you might see it later. I don't know. Who knows? You're going to have these beauty-filled nature metal sculpture things first, though. So you just past that, whatever that big man-made thing is, you see the tippy top of the mountain. Get up in here. This is a pilot. Yeah, you go, big guy, cause I'm definitely yielding for you, bro. Shoot. Auto entry. Keep going, come on down. And this pilot has like a McDonald's and everything attached to it. I don't think there's going to be showers available here, and if there are, I probably ain't going to want to use them. I don't think so. I will check though. Yeah, everything about this place seems unwell, to be perfectly honest with you. And then they got to have major weights at the pumps, which always stresses me out. It shouldn't, but it does. reserve a shower to see what happens. There are currently 0 guests in line. Can you believe it, fam? I'm gonna pause, y'all. I might grab a shower. I don't know. Where will I even park? I have no idea. But I'm gonna try. And then we're gonna see where I'm off to next. Actually, my baby sent me the link already. Let's see if I can find it. Come on. Come on. Dang, it's way back here. Dude, for real? I think it is back there. Oh my gosh. I really honestly don't understand how this internet, GPS, whatever you want to call it, is not working right now. Ram that up in there. Okay. 12 minutes away. Hey honey, my baby, please do not be offended at all, but I passed that place, so I already saw what it looks like, and I need to know if you can please try to find me another place, preferably moving west from this location. And I don't know if I'm gonna shower here or not because it's really crowded. I don't know yet, but I have probably like an hour worth of drive time available to me, or maybe like an hour and a half. Oh, I hope that doesn't stress her out. I'm not trying to stress her out. Abba, please help me. All right, I'm gonna put myself on the 30-minute break right now. I'm also going to put my leg on. Oh, and I'm going to put my shupar away. Baruk Yahuah. Alright guys, I'm going to pause you and I'll be back as soon as I can. Alright guys, I'm back. Well, turns out that the place was that place that I saw. So I asked her to find another place and she found another place, and I'm just trying to make my way to it. But this place right here, unwell, dude. Unfreaking well at all. This is like from a movie, like Mad Max, like Badlands. Like there's all these abandoned vehicles, abandoned trailers. I don't even know. This road that I'm going on right now is called Biggs Rufus Highway. The main highway's right down there. I'm not even on that. I'm on this other road. I don't know. But the people at that truck stop and all around there and inside, I'm obviously overstimulated. I get like this in my Ruach when I'm very near to Chicago, so I don't know. I don't understand exactly what's happening, but Baruk Atah that I'm moving on. The fuel pump shut off, and I didn't even get to finish. So I don't know what the heck is up with that. I thought I had $300 on the card. I was only up to $140 on the pump price. They shut the pump off. I just like get what I got and get the hell out of there. Excuse my language. Forgive me, Father, please. I don't know if this seems right, but I'm on some canyon road going up. I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna try to see I gotta see what my baby's saying. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. I have a lot of concerns, but I also have Amunah that Abba wants me to go through something. I'm about ready to go through something. This road that I'm on is not I-84. I don't have a lot of time left on my logbook to go. I'm not sure exactly where. It was a Rite Aid parking lot. I clicked on the link and it said, "Hey, Rite Aid is closed. Are you sure you want to go?" And I'm like, "Yes," because I need to get the heck out of there. And then I'm like, wait, why would Rite Aid be closed? It's only 4:20. It's 4:23. And then I started seeing abandoned mobile homes, abandoned 18-wheelers, just parked over to the side of the road, graffitied all over. I don't know what's going on. I'm not even sure where I am. And my baby's like, I thought the boat ramp was the best place. I looked around, I didn't see anything. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Guys, I ain't freaking digging this at all. Like, and I guess everywhere, like where if she would like ask if they allow overnight parking, they would like laugh and be like, "Huh, yeah, right." Like it's just not even really a thing, apparently. And I love my bond, but I can't be doing any type of bond messages right in this very moment. Entering Columbic River. Now I'm entering Wasco County, which I'm pretty sure that she had said was the name of the place that's really unwell. So may that not have anything to do with that. What's crazy is I can be out in Wyoming somewhere or something and I just want to pull over on the reservation or whatever and just, you know, but out here, actually pretty dang scary to be completely 1000% transparent with you guys, and I'm not liking anything about this. Sorry, Bear, Daddy can't right now, so don't send me any more messages for a little bit, okay, until I find a safe place to land. I'm in a very unwell place right now, but I love you very much. Mwah! I'm back. This is super weird because now it's telling me to get on I-84, which was literally like where I already was, and I could have got on it without wasting all that time. So I don't know exactly why, but it just made me go and waste like a bunch of time. So I'm trying to get up onto this I-84 now. And yeah, my shot just verified for me that she's like, I tried to tell you that it's closed down and out of business, and that's why the lady was like, yeah, you can park there because no one ever goes there. Right. So I'm inching ever closer to the belly of the beast and plan on parking in an abandoned parking lot. Or abandoned, I don't know, business that shut down, some such thing. I mean, one great thing is that it literally is like 4 o'clock, so it's not like it's 8 p.m. and I'm desperately trying to find a place, you know what I'm saying? So there's at least that. Abinu, have Hasad. Have Hasad on your servant. Woo! Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, I'm not sure what was weird was the reflection of the water is like strange oily reflections, like almost like it's like rainbowy, like I don't know. This looks like still water revival. What? Oh my gosh. Okay. this mountain. It does kind of make me wonder what mountain it is. I don't know. I guess it's a... Wait, could that be on the Washington side? Is that what she was saying? Is this where the border is? Oh my gosh, bro. Yahusha said she was trying to find, like, if there was, and all these people basically are like laughing, like, haha, yeah, right. And it's this kind of a crazy story, but my oldest cousin, who was like an older brother to me growing up, he always had a hard time finding work, and he was involved in crystal meth, and he was involved in he was a cook and had like 3 different recipes, and his whole life like went completely to shambles, and losing all of his teeth and everything. Well, he was living in this state for a long time, and I wonder what area exactly, you know what I'm saying? He tried to contact me after 2020 saying that he moved to Washington, and I asked him some questions about the abomination that leaves desolate, and he was like, yeah, multiple times and stuff like that, and I will have absolutely nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that at all. But I think that there's very powerful spirits at work in this place. It's very concerning. I don't know about a place like the Home Depot, but surely she would have tried that. I know she would have done and tried every single thing possible, you know what I mean? See more of this here too. I don't know, bro. It's like abandoned, burned out looking. It's like burnt. Crazy dude. How else it's like burnt like this? Another thing that I do know is that they had a high concentration of paid operatives that would go and orchestrate chaos financially upon request, coming out of a lot of these areas. Areas in and around Portland and Seattle and things like that. So I personally don't want to be anywhere near any of it. Now I guess I'm finding myself right back up on I-84 anyways, so that was interesting. Yeah. Dead. Look at all this death. Look how dead all these trees are. You guys seeing that? Please tell me that you see it. Because I guess this is part of why Abba wanted me to do this, so you could see. Because what you once knew is not the reality anymore. Look at this train car. Look at these cars. Look at them all painted up, graffitied up. It's like some movie, like Escape from Oregon. And at night, there's going to be all these entities that come out. You know what I mean? I'm trying to make light of it a little bit with the humor, but I see burnt stuff everywhere, all over. Like there's half burnt trailers and cars and stuff. This is like people's where they live, dude. This is all burnt. It's crazy. I wouldn't even be surprised if this place goes up in flames. Maybe we'll hear about it tomorrow. Wouldn't be surprised one bit. Look at that water. It looks like death. Wormwood. Dang, bro, this is crazy. Excuse me. All that. Man, Abba make me invisible. Make me invisible for real. Mamaluce State Park. I guess they don't have any overnight state parks. This rest area is closed. It says state park access only. We're gonna get some road work now. See now these big guys, they park over here. Are they sleeping? I think they are. This is the closed rest area. see that we're already up to 2,405 miles. And we're getting 8.9 miles to the gallon. Here comes a plane that has the water, you know, it can land on the water landing gear, I guess it's called, I don't know. You're probably going to see it right now on the top of your screen. I don't know if it's going to get cut off though. 7 miles. These views seem a little bit different down here, but I also realize that like the closer you get to Portland itself, then, you know, you're dealing with another type of evil, right? Can see like these communities are probably like not allowing any overnighting because folks would come out of the city and stay here. That's what I think is going on, right? It's not because they have anything against like travelers or anything like that. Well, sorry, you know, it's because of the ones that would make their way from the city center into their little communities and things and look to get over on them some way for drug money. Lie, cheat, steal, whatever, right? That's how that is. Dude, all these trees are burnt up here. Crazy. And I know I can look out and I can see some scenes where it's like, oh, that's gorgeous, like this little island right here. I can see that. Just try to imagine the complete potential of this land. What it really once was and what it really shall be again. See, what is that place? What the heck is that place? There ain't nobody around right there, dude. What is that? An unsafe place to be? I have no idea. That's weird. Ain't gonna be able to go there now, though, that's for darn sure. Another train over there looking like it's not moving. I understand. So there's a tunnel in this mountain right here. Is that for the train? Yeah, for the train. Entering Hood River County. I'm hungry. Excuse me. That don't mean that I'm gonna eat some. Just depending on what all this looks like, I might have to make some. Judgment calls. I wonder if anyone would know if that river looked like that 20 years ago, 30 years ago. All this green stuff down here. Whoa, how are they rocking that boat like that? Are they doing that on purpose? this is saying point A. Exit 63, so not this one, but the next one. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Tractor trailer had a big sigil of Ukraine on the back, which is also shared by other things. Alright. I don't know, guys. Does this look like it's gonna be the place? I think to a lot of people, they're probably thinking, what is this guy on about? But what's discerned in the room. Like right now you could have like a lot of touristy people and locals and stuff, but what happens in a few hours when everything goes dark? I don't know. And this is crazy because I feel like I'm going to a place where I won't even be able to navigate. Like this is hardcore downtown, like, and I know I do not fault you, baby, at all. If you ever watch this, no, I am not faulting you. It's just that I'm not sure that this is kind of like the idea of where I want to be right now. Yahuah, help me. Bro, you got it. That ain't no bro at all. Yo, this is mad tight right through here. So this is a common house, it says. I can't even imagine what, like, if I'm not able to park, like, what am I gonna do? This is like really stress filled, because I feel like I'm climbing up into the ritzy part of the hills or something, which I don't know. Let's see what this Rite Aid looks like, because if I'm able to get in and park and whatever, then it may be literally like the only thing. I don't even think I have people following me, so Baruk Atah Yahuah. Rumamu! sure what these little streets are. If I'm even going to be able to turn on them. So it's a subway, and then it's a turn left before the McDonald's. Oh, wow. Still not to the subway. Bro. Like, for real. Okay, that's the subway right there. I gotta turn left. This is the Rite Aid right here. There's a camper and there's someone selling like cherries. AutoZone. Hallelujah. Baruk Yahuah. Wow, I am here. And I think I'm gonna close up all my windows and call my Shah, call it a day. Baruk Yahuah. So, Idaho Falls to Hood River, Oregon. Idaho Falls. So, whew, bro, that's intense. It really is intense. This is a lot better than I thought it was going to be, though. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen at night, right? But I feel a lot better about this than I did a few moments ago. I'm going to put up my front thing here. Okay, so it's saying 646 miles. I am not going to argue with that. We're going to go with that. We did 646 miles today. I'm going to because remember it took me on that weird little road, but it was more a direct route that was available. It just didn't come up. It's important to kind of look around and get a feel for the folks. I mean, I am going to ultimately disconnect the trailer and all that, but I'm going to keep a lot of my, I'm going to keep my camera, right? My quote-unquote security camera. That's what I call it. Because I can put this like this, and it will show me the back and the front. And then I just make this kind of like this, and then that way I'm able to see both. For the most part, I feel like these make a huge difference as far as anybody like messing with you. But Baruk Yahuah, Hallelujah Yahuah, and may He protect us, provide for us, all of Yashar'Al, and make us invisible to the NPCs that are given over to the reprobate mind, and they're not themselves and all the rest of it. Hallelujah Yahuah, Rumamu, Yahusha, Abba Barak you and your Mashpaka in his Qadashayam Bahasham Al Kal Shamut. Yahuah is Yahusha. You see that guy right there? Look at that guy. Watch him. Watching them all. Be watching, family. Shalom.